Chapter 548. Sikong Chiwon's voice echoed in the circular building. No one responded to him, only countless sand sculptures were looking at him. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Mu Yu also held his breath. He was very alert as he hid behind the sand sculptures, paying attention to the situation around him. He also wanted to know who the lord that Sikong Chiwon mentioned was. A gust of wind blew over from an unknown place, sweeping up countless sand. The sand gathered around the altar, and finally, a figure gradually appeared in the sand. Mu Yu was slightly startled. How could it be him? The person that appeared beside Sikong Chiwon was none other than the mysterious hooded yellow-clothed man that Mu Yu saw in Sand Eagle King City. When Mu Yu was in the Array sect, he went on a mission with Master Lu. At that time, the Heavens Will Not Wait used the excuse of Chaos Array to send Master Lu and Ju Jinglin to Sand Eagle King City to deal with the powerful Yin Corpse Array. The powerful Yin Corpse Array trapped everyone. At that time, it was this yellow-clothed man who opened the gates of Sand Eagle King City. In the maze-like underground, the yellow-clothed man didn't do anything to Mu Yu. He even left a portion of the demon spirits for Mu Yu. Mu Yu had never figured out who this mysterious yellow-robed man was or why he had helped her. However, at that time, the yellow-robed man's cultivation was very high. Even the demon clan and the people of the Skystar sect could not do anything to him. He broke into Sand Eagle King's underground palace and took away many of the high-rank demon spirits that Sand Eagle King had sealed away. While the demon clansmen and the Heavenly Star sect were fighting to the death for the Ghost Falcon, the yellow-robed man went straight to the coffin that no one cared about. Finally, he took out a stone coffin from the coffin and left the Sand Eagle King City with the stone coffin. And at this moment, the yellow-clothed man was stepping on that stone coffin. Sikong Chiwon knelt at the yellow-clothed man's feet and anxiously said, "Lord, something happened to Sand Eagle King. Quickly think of something." The yellow-clothed man snorted and ignored Sikong Chiwon. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mu Yu and said, "Still hiding and not coming out?" Mu Yu was startled. The other party actually discovered him. He pondered for a moment and finally walked out from behind the sand sculpture. He took a step forward and floated in the air, looking at the yellow-clothed man. "Mu Yu, you didn't become a sand sculpture." Sikong Chiwon was furious. He stood up and rushed towards Mu Yu with all his spiritual power in his body. "You're looking for death," Mu Yu shouted. At this moment, Sikong Chiwon was already at the form synthesis stage. His speed was unimaginably fast. His voice was still in the same place, but he had already arrived in front of Mu Yu, and a fist blasted towards her. Mu Yu frowned. Runes appeared around him. His shadow sword suddenly appeared in front of Sikong Chiwon and collided with Sikong Chiwon's powerful punch. Meanwhile, countless tree branches appeared around Mu Yu. His entire body moved away with the help of the wood spirit. Boom! There was a strong explosion, and Mu Yu kept retreating. Runes appeared under his feet, and the heavenly constellation formation disappeared with him. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. Sikong Chiwon was really scary. If Mu Yu hadn't been on guard at all times, he would have been killed by this punch from a form synthesis stage cultivator. "Blazing Bone Scorpion, don't touch him," the yellow-clothed man said. Sikong Chiwon stopped and stared at Mu Yu fiercely, "But he's a human. A human is not allowed to tarnish the great demon king's holy land." "What? Do you want to disobey my order?" the yellow-clothed man said coldly. Sikong Chiwon's face became extremely pale. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. "Blazing Bone Scorpion, demon clansman, is the real Sikong Chiwon dead?" Mu Yu asked. He remembered someone saying that Sikong Chiwon was originally an ordinary Aorus core stage self-cultivator. However, one time when he was crossing the desert with a caravan, the entire caravan disappeared mysteriously when they passed by the Death Desert. Only Sikong Chiwon returned to Clearwater City alive. From then on, Sikong Chiwon seemed to have changed into a different person. He became an invincible dark horse on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard and caused a huge commotion among the cultivators. However, it seemed that this dark horse wasn't the real Sikong Chiwon, but a demon in disguise. However, there was one thing that Mu Yu didn't understand. If Sikong Chiwon was a demon in disguise, how did he hide from the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard? The Supreme Immortal Leaderboard would identify each person. Only then would it be accurate. Everyone knew Sikong Chiwon through the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. This couldn't be faked. Sikong Chiwon isn't dead. He's living well in the Blazing Bone Scorpion's body. The Blazing Bone Scorpion has only taken over his body and consciousness, the yellow-robed man said calmly. Take over the body and consciousness? How could a demon have such a method? Mu Yu found it unbelievable. It was very difficult to take over a person's soul. Even a God's soul formation or God's soul talisman could only temporarily control a person. It couldn't take over the body and consciousness. Only someone like Mu Yu and the rest who had Spirit Lord Yu Meng in their bodies could take over the body and consciousness. According to Mu Yu's knowledge, other human couldn't take over a person's body. This was because the human body was in balance with the 5 elements and would reject the human. Mu Yu and the rest were babies who had died prematurely. They just happened to survive. As for the demon clansmen, it was even more impossible for them to have such a heaven-defying ability. Otherwise, they would have taken over a human's body and gradually consumed them. There must be something strange going on. Was all of this caused by you? Mu Yu asked as he pointed at the surrounding self-cultivators who had been turned into sand sculptures. The yellow-robed man didn't answer Mu Yu. His entire body was emitting an earthy yellow light. It was very mellow and rich. A faint pressure was circulating around his body. He looked at the Blazing Bone Scorpion and said coldly, "Do you think your Sand Eagle Demon King is dead?" The Blazing Bone Scorpion's face was filled with bewilderment. He said earnestly, "My lord, do you know what happened to the Demon King? He's fine. He just lost his heart." The sarcophagus under the yellow-robed man's feet slowly floated up. He stretched out a hand and gently touched the sarcophagus. Lost his heart? But I've never heard of it. The Blazing Bone Scorpion was puzzled. Even a demon would die immediately after losing their heart. How could the Sand Eagle Demon King be fine after losing his heart? The yellow-robed man said, "Don't use your shallow knowledge to judge a demon king. Every demon king has a way to protect themselves. Before the war with the humans, they had already made ample preparations. Even if they were captured, they would find an opportunity to escape. Before they were sealed, they had already thought of ways to use demonic arts to transmit something of theirs. This allowed the demon race to use this thing to find their sealed place." You mean to say that Desert Hawk Demon King dug out his own heart before he was sealed? Mu Yu found it somewhat inconceivable. Shouldn't they rely on the Ghost Falcon to find the Sand Eagle Demon King? Back then, the demon race and the people of Stargate were fighting over the Ghost Falcon. In the end, Mu Yu benefited from it. However, Mu Yu still didn't know how to use the Ghost Falcon. The yellow-robed man glanced at Mu Yu and said, "The demon race and the people of Stargate speculated that the Ghost Falcon could find the Sand Eagle Demon King. In fact, the Ghost Falcon could only find the Sand Eagle Demon King when he summoned it. However, the Sand Eagle Demon King lost his heart and fell into a deep slumber. How could he summon the Ghost Falcon?" Mu Yu frowned. It was no wonder that when everyone was fighting over the Ghost Falcon in Sand Eagle Royal City, only the yellow-robed man didn't care. He only took the coffin and left. It turned out that he already knew that the Ghost Falcon wasn't the key to finding the Sand Eagle Demon King's sealed place. You mean to say that the stone coffin contains the Sand Eagle Demon King's heart? Mu Yu was surprised. Demonic arts were very strange. Back when he was at the second firmament, Demon Monarch White Ape seemed to have used demonic arts to send his inner core back to the second firmament demon's underground palace. This caused him to lose his cultivation level. After Qiao Shuai obtained the White Ape Demon King's inner core, she also relied on the inner core to find the White Ape Demon King's sealed place. They only wanted to ensure that the White Ape Demon King wouldn't be harmed after he broke free from the seal. The other cultivators were able to find the White Ape Demon King because of the earth-shattering commotion caused by the seal being broken. Qiao Shuai and the others had found the White Ape Demon King a few days ago and had been waiting for the seal to be completely broken. The Sand Eagle Demon King should have used the same demonic arts to transmit his heart back to the underground palace in Sand Eagle Royal City. The underground palace's existence was probably to protect some important things on the Demon King's body from being eroded by the seal. It also allowed the other demon race members to bring these things to the Demon King before the seal disappeared to ensure the Demon King's safety. The blazing bone scorpion said in surprise, "Sir, is the Sand Eagle Demon King's heart really inside?" The yellow-robed man gently knocked on the sarcophagus and the lid of the sarcophagus slowly slid open. A majestic aura poured out from the sarcophagus, causing the blazing bone scorpion to retreat a few steps. However, his face was filled with excitement because he couldn't be mistaken about this majestic aura. It was the aura of the Sand Eagle Demon King. Muyu was surprised to hear a slight breathing sound. When he was in the Sand Eagle Royal City, he also heard this breathing sound in the underground palace. He felt very curious. Could the heart be breathing? A shriveled heart emerged from the sarcophagus and was held in the yellow-robed man's hand. The heart was opening and closing as if it was really breathing. However, it looked lifeless and the loss of spiritual power was very serious. The Sand Eagle Demon King has a 7 orifices exquisite heart. He is different from the other demon kings. His inner core is fused with his heart. Therefore, in order to ensure that his inner core isn't destroyed by the seal, he could only use demonic arts to transmit his heart back to the underground palace. Without his heart, he can only fall into a deep sleep. The pitiful demon clansmen in the other royal cities thought that the exquisite sand eagle on your body was his heart. The yellow-robed man glanced at Muyu. Every demon king had their own people. The secret of the Sand Eagle Demon King was not something that the demon clansmen of other demon kings could pry into. The exquisite sand eagle on Muyu's body was only inhabited by a ghost falcon. Other than that, it had no other use. I don't understand. You said that you are a human. Then why are you helping the Sand Eagle Demon King? Asked Muyu. The yellow-robed man's hand lit up with earth-yellow spiritual power. The spiritual power circulated and slowly wrapped around the shriveled heart. You will understand. The shriveled heart absorbed the earth-yellow spiritual power. Following that, it swelled up as if it was inhaling air. It even began to beat rhythmically. The Sand Eagle Demon King, whose eyes were tightly shut in the seal, suddenly trembled. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with a red light. He raised his head and looked at the yellow-robed man. His gaze landed on the heart in the yellow-robed man's hand. Lord Demon King, the blazing bone scorpion was overjoyed. He hurriedly knelt down before the Sand Eagle Demon King. The Sand Eagle Demon King ignored the blazing bone scorpion. Instead, he looked indifferently at the yellow-robed man. His red pupils flickered with killing intent. You know that once the seal is lifted, I will definitely kill you. No one expected that the first thing the Sand Eagle Demon King said after waking up would be to kill the yellow-robed man. Lord Demon King, what did you say? It was this lord who helped me find you. Why are you? The blazing bone scorpion looked at the Sand Eagle Demon King in confusion. He did not understand why the Sand Eagle Demon King wanted to kill his savior. Let me think. If I destroy your heart, even if you don't die, you won't be able to wake up, right? The yellow-robed man snorted. You dare. The blazing bone scorpion had already realized that something was wrong. He stood up and shouted at the yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man only glanced at him indifferently. Then, the blazing bone scorpion's face revealed a painful expression. He collapsed to the ground in fear and wailed in pain. Don't forget, I am the one who gave you your life. The yellow-robed man looked at the blazing bone scorpion with disdain. Chapter 549. The Desert Eagle Demon King was a very handsome man. After he woke up, his aura was very strong. His every movement exuded the demeanor of a king. But his eyes were very indifferent and flashed with a demonic red light. It was very strange. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Desert Eagle Demon King and the yellow-robed man was very strange. They were at daggers drawn and their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The spiritual energy around them was restless and restless. If the seal on the altar had not been lifted, Muyu was sure that a battle would have broken out at any moment. But right now, the yellow-robed man clearly had the initiative. You've already woken me up once. What do you want to do this time? The Desert Eagle Demon King stared at the yellow-robed man and shifted his gaze to Mu Yu. He frowned slightly. Then, he saw the countless sand eagles around them and was slightly startled. You're a smart man. You should know what I want to do. The yellow-robed man's voice was very calm. The Desert Eagle Demon King's face finally showed anger. He said coldly, You want to take over my army? You can control consciousness and I can control puppets. It's best if we work together, the yellow-robed man said. That's my army, the Desert Eagle Demon King said coldly. Now it's mine. The yellow spiritual energy in the yellow-robed man's hand dimmed. The beating of the heart in his hand also slowed down. The Desert Eagle Demon King's face turned pale. The heart was closely related to the Desert Eagle Demon King's condition. If the yellow-robed man injected spiritual energy into the Desert Eagle Demon King's heart, the Desert Eagle Demon King would wake up. Once the heart lost the nourishment of spiritual energy, the Desert Eagle Demon King would fall into a deep sleep. I say, I don't care what you two want to do. I only have one question. What do you want to do by capturing so many self-cultivators? Mu Yu interrupted. The yellow-robed man was very patient with Mu Yu. He said indifferently, to make my puppets. Puppets? You want to control 200,000 self-cultivators? Mu Yu frowned. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. The ability to control 200,000 self-cultivators was too heaven-defying. Even if Mu Yu wanted to use the divine soul array to control so many people, she would need the help of the array palace. Moreover, these people could only be controlled in the divine soul array. How could the yellow-robed man control 200,000 people? He looked at the struggling blazing bone scorpion on the ground and recalled what the yellow-clothed man had said about Sikong Chiwen's consciousness and body being taken over by the blazing bone scorpion. He seemed to have understood something. Do you want to know? Let me show you. The yellow-robed man waved his hand, and countless white dots of light suddenly appeared in the air. They were densely packed, like the twinkling stars in the sky. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of them. This is... Mu Yu's eyes widened. He was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Demon spirit. Good heavens. It's the demon spirits that the minions stole from us last time. Oh, no, there's more. Little Shuai secretly poked his head out, drooling uncontrollably. Mu Yu felt that it was inconceivable. There were so many demon spirits, it was even more than what he had seen in Sand Eagle Royal City. The yellow-robed man had stolen many high-level demon spirits from the Sand Eagle Royal City's demon sealing pool. However, there were only a little over 1,000 demon spirits. But right now, Mu Yu was looking at tens of thousands of demon spirit. Although the ratio of these tens of thousands of high-level demon spirits wasn't high, being able to obtain so many demon spirits was already a terrifying matter. How did this yellow-robed man do it? These demon spirits all have demon spirits sealed within them. Don't tell me that the minion is planning to transfer the demon spirits to these self-cultivators. Little Shuai muttered. Mu Yu's face slightly changed. Little Shuai's words made him think of the blazing bone scorpion and Sikong Chiwen. Could it be that the blazing bone scorpion wasn't a demon race, but one of these demon spirits? It only used the Sand Eagle Demon King to transform into a demon beast. He asked in a deep voice, Do you plan to turn these 200,000 self-cultivators into Sikong Chiwen? The yellow-robed man didn't deny it. Demon spirits are ultimately demon beasts. The Sand Eagle Demon King has the heart of 7 orifices and can control the consciousness of demon beasts. As for me, I have a way to take away a human's consciousness. I can fuse the human's consciousness with the demon spirit, allowing the originally ignorant demon spirit to have the thoughts of a human and also possess the powerful cultivation of a demon beast. What do you think of my masterpiece? Mu Yu was shocked when he heard this. So this was how Sikong Chiwen, this dark horse, came about? You have a way to take away a human's consciousness. Mu Yu suddenly remembered that his uncle's son, Mu Qingfan, also had his consciousness taken away by Sikong Chiwen. This meant that the instigator was actually the yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man's origin was very mysterious. However, He didn't have any killing intent towards Mu Yu. He had also helped Mu Yu twice. This made Mu Yu think that the yellow-robed man wasn't a bad person. Who would have thought that the yellow-robed man would do such an unacceptable thing? A combination of demon and human? Isn't that a transvestite? Little Shuai muttered. I prefer to call them demons. The yellow-robed man had already raised his hand. Countless yellow sand gushed out from the ground and wrapped around all the demon spirits. The demonic soul within the demonic spirit rushed out and roared in the air. These demon spirits came in all shapes and sizes, from rank 3 to rank 7 demon spirits. There were double-headed wolves, storm tigers, purple caltrop pythons, soul-devouring wolves. The roars of countless demon spirits resounded in the surroundings. They intertwined and rose one after another, as if they were resisting the yellow-robed man's control. However, the demon spirits were the host of these demon spirits. At this moment, all the demon spirits were wrapped in yellow sand. Even if these demon spirits wanted to struggle, it was useless. Your turn. The yellow-robed man said to the Sand Eagle Demon King indifferently. Remember what I said. I will take back what is mine in the future. The Sand Eagle Demon King coldly snorted. He was very angry, but he didn't refuse. His eyes lit up with a demonic red light. Then, the heart in the yellow-robed man's hand suddenly exploded with a dazzling red light. Countless red lights shot out from the heart and intertwined in the air. They drew an arc in the air and rushed towards each demon spirit. Then, each demon spirit hid in the demon spirit. After each demon spirit was hit by the red light, the originally grey and transparent demon spirit suddenly became bright red. The roars gradually stopped and the eyes of each demon spirit became dull. The demon spirits were wrapped in sand. With the bright red demon spirit, they rushed towards the sand sculptures around the wall in an orderly manner. There were 200,000 self-cultivators. Everyone's cultivation was different. There were cultivators from the Chi disciple stage to the soul-severing stage. Demon spirits could only be produced from rank 3 demon spirits. Therefore, when these demon spirits were looking for hosts, they all chose cultivators that were suitable for their cultivation. This was the only way to make the best use of the host's strength. There were close to 200,000 self-cultivators and a little more than 100,000 demon spirits. Therefore, it was more than enough for the demon spirits to choose a host. The demon spirits wrapped in sand easily integrated into each sand sculpture. The demon spirits also disappeared into the sand sculptures. About 100,000 sand sculptures trembled slightly. The sand on their bodies seemed to come alive and gradually integrated into their bodies. The self-cultivators' original appearance was revealed again. The eyes of these self-cultivators who were possessed were very dull at first. There was even a wild bestial look in their eyes. They were not human at all. Soon, a trace of clarity appeared in each self-cultivator's eyes. It was as if they were more energetic and more rational. The aura of each self-cultivator became stronger and stronger. The weakest of them was in the Jindan period. The strongest was in the body integration stage. There were very few people in the body integration stage among these self-cultivators. Many of them used their own great magical powers to escape. Therefore, the rank 7 demon spirits could only reside in the bodies of the cultivators in the soul-severing stage. But even so, the aura of each puppet was very domineering and strong. Even if they were puppets in the Jindan period, their aura was still several times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators in the Jindan period. Every puppet moved their muscles and bones excitedly and curiously looked at their own bodies. Their eyes were filled with the joy of being reborn. Some of them could not help but look up to the sky and roar. After a moment of restlessness, the eyes of all the puppets finally fell on the body of the Sand Eagle Demon King on the altar. Greetings to the great Sand Eagle Demon King. All the transformed puppets suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. Their shouts shook the heavens and the earth. The airwaves were so strong that it almost broke the whole building. These puppets had become a combination of a demon and a human. They had all the thoughts and memories of a human, but the main consciousness was the demon spirit. Therefore, they still believed in the Sand Eagle Demon King in their hearts. However, They did not know that all their life activities were in the hands of the yellow-robed man. The Sand Eagle Demon King said coldly, "In the future, all of you must listen to his orders." When he said this, he was filled with endless anger. Originally, the demon race had sealed many demon spirits. The Sand Eagle Demon King could have resurrected these demon spirits and turned them into a valiant army in preparation to fight for territory with the human race in the future. However, the appearance of the yellow-robed man completely ruined his plan. The Sand Eagle Demon King could not stop the yellow-robed man's actions. Not to mention that the day of the seal lifting had not yet arrived. Even if he broke free of the seal, the most important heart was in the hands of the yellow-robed man. He had no room to bargain. The Sand Eagle Demon King could only listen to the yellow-robed man's orders. Once he disobeyed, his heart would wither without the nourishment of spiritual energy and he would fall into a deep sleep. If his heart was destroyed, then he would never wake up. "We obey the Demon King's orders." All the puppets responded respectfully. Then, they knelt down towards the yellow-robed man and said, "Greetings to my lord." The yellow-robed man stood there silently. The blazing bone scorpion at his feet had already stopped moaning. Its face was extremely pale and it no longer dared to be disrespectful to the yellow-robed man. Mu Yu looked at all of this in disbelief. The sand made his heart tremble. The sand wrapped around the demon spirit and all the sand merged into the cultivator's body. All the signs indicated that the yellow-robed man could control the sand. After a long time, Mu Yu asked, "You are too human? It is impossible for the demon race to control sand. To be able to turn 200,000 cultivators into sand sculptures and have such a terrifying method, I can't think of anyone else besides Tu Yuming who can do it." The yellow-robed man wore a hood and had never revealed his true appearance. Mu Yu guessed that under the hood was Tu Yuming's image. However, Mu Yu had seen Tu Yuming before. They were similar to stone monsters. They were tall and sturdy and were not as thin as the yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man was silent for a long time before saying, "I am the same as you. I am a human." "Impossible. A human cannot control sand." Mu Yu suddenly froze when he said this. "You can't be impossible. You can't be him." Mu Yu clenched his teeth. Just like how he could control trees, there was another person who could control sand. "Have you finally remembered who I am?" The yellow-robed man slowly took off his hood and revealed his true appearance. Chapter 550. Senior Brother Seong Nan. His third senior brother used to be dull and honest. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and liked to slack off. He was easygoing and wouldn't frown even if the sky fell. Mu Yu didn't think he would. However, the Seong Nan in front of him seemed to be a completely different person. There was a hint of ruthlessness between his eyebrows. His expression was so resolute that it was unfamiliar. He no longer had his honest smile. Seong Nan's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was very thin, but the aura he exuded was very thick and heavy. Especially that pair of dignified eyes, there was an indescribable aura. The moment Mu Yu saw him, it was as if a stone was pressing down on Mu Yu's body. This wasn't Seong Nan at all. "You are Hutu, not Seong Nan." Mu Yu clenched his fists. Back then in the Nine Heavens Sealing Fiend formation, Qiao Shui's spirit lord Xuanming had lost control, causing everyone to be affected by Xuanming's terrifying emotional death ability. Even Mu Yu herself had sunk into her own sad memories. With Deadwood Daddy's help, Mu Yu broke free from Xuanming's love blight in time and helped Qiao Shui suppress Xuanming. Everyone broke free from Xuanming's love blight, but Seong Nan didn't defeat Spirit Lord Shui Yumeng in his body. Hutu wasn't sealed by the Nine Heavens Sealing Devil formation. Xie Bulao wanted to kill Seong Nan, but Feng Haochen stopped him. Xie Bulao forbade Seong Nan from taking even half a step out of the 50-mile garden. Therefore, Mu Yu always thought that Seong Nan was still in Luo Shong's small courtyard. However, he never expected that the yellow-robed man was Seong Nan. Seong Nan's eyes flickered. He looked at Mu Yu calmly and said, "I'm not Hutu, I'm Seong Nan." "Impossible. Senior brother Seong Nan would never do such a thing. Hutu, let go of my senior brother." Mu Yu was so angry that the formation runes around him started surging. Then, He charged towards Xiongnan. A shadow sword materialized in the void, and a sharp sword chi slashed out. The domineering sword will of the sky sword 9 draws poured out mercilessly and blasted Xiongnan. However, Xiongnan's arm turned into a translucent diamond and grabbed Mu Yu's sword. A powerful yellow spirit force flowed out and neutralized Mu Yu's sword energy. Your shadow sword technique seems to have become even more powerful. Have you already learned the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword formation? Xiongnan asked slowly. You're not my senior brother. I don't need to explain anything to you. Mu Yu shouted angrily. Xiongnan exerted a little force and pushed Mu Yu away. His cultivation level was clearly much higher than Mu Yu's. Mu Yu stepped back and stabilized himself in mid-air by stepping on the array pattern under his feet. He glared at Xiongnan angrily. You won't even give me a chance to explain. You weren't like this before, Xiongnan said. Mu Yu looked at his senior brother, who was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Xiongnan had become very calm, as if he had been reborn overnight. He was no longer as honest and easy to bully as before. No one would have thought that the Xiongnan in front of him was the lazy person who had tried every possible way to avoid cultivating and sleeping on Luochen Mountain. Mu Yu still couldn't believe that Xiongnan would do such a terrifying thing. You should have been in the 50-mile garden in the south. Xie Bulao was watching over Empress Tu in your body. Mu Yu resisted the urge to attack. There were many things that he didn't understand. He really did need an explanation from Xiongnan. Moreover, he couldn't defeat Xiongnan. Xiongnan was currently ranked 9th on the Supreme Immortal Ranking Board. That was a very powerful position. If he didn't have true strength, he wouldn't have been able to reach 9th place. Xiongnan pondered for a moment and said, I left the 50-mile garden in the south a long time ago. Have you forgotten? WAN from the Heavenly Demon sect came to report that something had happened to Elder Deadwood. You wanted to ask Xie Bulao for help, but WN said that Xie Bulao had secretly escorted Master back to the Moyun mountain range. At that time, I understood that I should leave the 50-mile garden in the south. At that time, Mu Yu gritted his teeth. Deadwood Daddy had been kidnapped by Tian Buwai, so he had gone to the valley alone to look for Deadwood Daddy. Luo Shong, Cheng Yang, and Xiao Shui had followed him for his own safety. Everyone had ignored Xiongnan. Qing Mai had followed Master back to the Moyun mountain range. Only Lan Ling and Xiongnan had been in the small courtyard. Xiongnan must have left the 50-mile garden when Lan Ling wasn't paying attention. Why? Why did you leave the 50-mile garden in the south? Did Empress Tu encourage you to leave? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. Ever since Deadwood Daddy's accident, he hadn't contacted his other senior brothers. He wanted to face Deadwood Daddy alone. He wanted to learn array formations and learn Deadwood Daddy's array techniques. He wanted to find a way to break the 9 heavens sealing demon formation. However, he hadn't expected Xiongnan to leave at that time. I've thought about it for a long time. I don't want to be silent anymore. I want to do what I want to do, Xiongnan said slowly. What you want to do is to turn so many people into your puppets. That's not what you want to do. That's what Empress Tu wants to do. Mu Yu looked around at the self-cultivators whose bodies had been taken over by demon souls. He felt very uncomfortable. Originally, these self-cultivators had only come to the desert to watch the competition between the 3 of them. Everyone had come from all over the 3 continents to witness the battle, either to join in the fun or to catch a glimpse of the 3 famous geniuses on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. However, who would have thought that this battle was just a gimmick that Xiongnan had asked Sikong Chiwen to create? If 200,000 people died because of this battle, and the culprit was Mu Yu's senior brother, he would have to bear the blame. Empress Tu has already fused with me. I'm now a complete person, Xiongnan said. Fused? What does that mean? Mu Yu had never heard of Spirit Lord Yu Meng being fused with before. If that was possible, why didn't Feng Haochen let them do it? Why did he use the 9 heavens sealing demon formation to seal Spirit Lord Yu Meng? Xiongnan looked at his junior brother quietly. This junior brother of his would always mysteriously appear in important places. Back in Sand Eagle Royal City, He had recognized the shadow clone sword in Mu Yu's hand. At that time, he didn't want to expose his identity in front of Mu Yu, so he only did what he wanted to do and left. However, today, Mu Yu appeared again and saw him do what he wanted to do. After Spirit Lord Yu Meng reincarnated into our bodies, he became an inseparable part of our souls. He only retained his own consciousness. They don't accept us, and we don't accept them. Therefore, we fight for control of our bodies with them. If we accept their existence, they will accept us. Then, we will fuse with Spirit Lord Yu Meng and become a complete person. Xiong Nan explained slowly, therefore, right now, I have everything that Empress Tu has, but I can also retain my original memories and emotions. Even if you're right, why would you accept Spirit Lord Yu Meng? There. Mu Yu suddenly couldn't continue. What kind of race was the human? Ever since he learned of the Threefold Palace's scheme, he no longer had a one-sided view of the war between the human and the human race. Is the human really as evil as you say? Is the war between the human and the human race really unavoidable? Have you never thought about who the masterminds and beneficiaries of this war are? Xiong Nan's gaze became very deep. His eyes seemed to flicker with endless anger and unwillingness, as if he wanted to change something. Mu Yu fell silent. He knew that the masterminds and beneficiaries of the war between the human and the human race were actually the despicable guardians of the Threefold Palace. In order for the Threefold Palace's power to remain unshaken, they needed to rely on the slaughter caused by the war to create soul power and consolidate their ruling position. Whether or not the human really wanted to invade the human race's territory was all based on the Threefold Palace's words. All the self-cultivators revered the Threefold Palace like gods and followed their lead. They didn't dare to resist, nor did they have the ability to resist. The Threefold Palace's words were orders to all the self-cultivators. Therefore, when the Threefold Palace said that the human wanted to invade the human race's territory, all the self-cultivators pointed their weapons at the human passionately. You look like you know something. I'm sure Spirit Lord Gomang must have told you this before. I don't want the Threefold Palace to continue treating everyone like idiots, so I want to end it all with my own strength and destroy the Threefold Palace. Xiong Nan's gaze was very determined. Destroy the Threefold Palace. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Destroying the Threefold Palace was his goal too. The Threefold Palace was a sinister and filthy thing that shouldn't exist in this world. For his own selfishness and the pursuit of immortality, he had killed Mu Yu's deadwood daddy and even wanted to kill Mu Yu's master, Feng Haochen. None of this was forgivable. However, Mu Yu couldn't accept Xiong Nan wanting to control the self-cultivators to fight against the Threefold Palace. The Threefold Palace controlled all the self-cultivators, but at least they had their own consciousness. However, Xiong Nan's actions were equivalent to turning the self-cultivators into hosts for demon beasts. It was equivalent to depriving the self-cultivators of their right to live. Your goal is to destroy the Threefold Palace, but you've taken away so many innocent lives. What's the difference between your actions and the Threefold Palace's? Mu Yu questioned. Bloodshed is the price to achieve great things. Even if they aren't under my control, they will still die under the meticulous schemes of the Threefold Palace in the future, won't they? Xiong Nan said expressionlessly. Ever since Yumen was trapped in the Moyun mountain range by Feng Haochen, the war had stopped. Without the war, there were no more deaths. The Threefold Palace's source of power was about to dry up. It was an unprecedented crisis for the Threefold Palace, so they couldn't wait to start a war to generate more soul power. These 200,000 self-cultivators would definitely become cannon fodder on the battlefield in the future. They would become the souls of the dead under humans' hands and provide the Threefold Palace with the power to rule. They might be the victims of the war anyway, but Xiong Nan chose to arrange their deaths in his own way. Even if you have so many puppets at your disposal, how can you defeat the Threefold Palace with your strength alone? Mu Yu didn't know what to think about this. Xiong Nan might be right, but he couldn't agree with Xiong Nan's decision. Everyone had the right to choose their own life. No one could casually arrange someone's death unless the person had a reason to die. This was Mu Yu's principle when it came to killing people. Xiong Nan was silent for a moment before he said, "You can help me. If the four of us work together, we can definitely defeat the threefold palace. Mu Yu sighed. The threefold palace was like a towering mountain, and he was just an insignificant grass at the foot of the mountain. How could he threaten the threefold palace's supremacy? I won't help you. I don't want to see so many people become sacrifices for no reason, so I will definitely stop you. Mu Yu shook his head. He would do everything he could to destroy the threefold palace, but he would not do it in this way. I know you want to revive Senior Deadwood, but you can't control the power of life and death so easily. Hutu's memory is related to the power of life and death. It's too powerful, so it has a lot of limitations. Even if you can break the Nine Heavens demon sealing formation, you won't be able to revive anyone with it, Xiong Nan said. I did revive Tian Ran at the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu retorted. That's because Tian Ran wasn't dead yet. Senior Deadwood is different from Tian Ran. He's been dead for a long time. Your power of life and death is incomplete. You can't revive Senior Deadwood, Xiong Nan said coldly. Incomplete? What do you mean? Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had to revive Deadwood Daddy. Deadwood Daddy had been living for others all his life. He should live for himself. Chapter 551. Mu Yu's face darkened. Do I have to accept and fuse with Gomang like you? Xiong Nan nodded. After a long silence, Mu Yu asked, what's Hutu's ability? Every spirit lord Yu Meng had a very powerful ability. Just like Gomang's life and death in the blink of an eye and Xian Ming's death in love, Hutu must have it too. You've already seen it. My ability is to control the consciousness. I can take away the consciousness of any cultivator who is enveloped by my sand. She could control the consciousness of others by using sand. She could also graft the consciousness of a demon beast so that the demon beast would have human emotions and control the cultivator whose body was occupied by the demon beast's consciousness. The reason why Xiong Nan had failed in the Ninth Heaven's sealing formation was largely because he was no match for Hutu, who had the ability to control the consciousness. Mu Yu looked at Xiong Nan, who had changed dramatically, and asked, will I become as unreasonable as you after fusing with Gomang? Xiong Nan shook his head. I'm not unreasonable. I just don't want to be fooled by the threefold palace anymore. It's Hutu who doesn't want to be fooled by the threefold palace. You have nothing to do with the threefold palace. You've been influenced by Hutu's thoughts. Mu Yu retorted solemnly. Xiong Nan looked at Mu Yu quietly and said, you guys never knew what I went through when I was a child, did you? When Xiong Nan was a child? Mu Yu was slightly startled. He really didn't know what Xiong Nan had gone through when he was a child. Xiong Nan had once said that he was the son of a farmer. Both his parents had died, and that was all. However, when they were in the Ninth Heaven's sealing formation, Xiong Nan was reminded of something unknown by Xian Ming's death in love. At that time, Xiong Nan couldn't break free from those memories at all. Xiong Nan started talking. He had never mentioned his past to his senior and junior brothers. Some things had been covered in dust for a long time, but they hadn't disappeared from his memory at all. A sorrowful look appeared on Xiong Nan's face. When I was 3 years old, 2 cultivators appeared in the sky above our town. They were fighting each other. One of them was a middle-aged man in high spirits. His cultivation was very high. According to my estimation, his cultivation was even higher than mine. As for the other person, his entire body was filled with the white light of the holy God. He was so pure and holy that it made people feel reverence. I think you already know who he is. Someone from the threefold palace? Mu Yu asked in surprise. However, this didn't make sense. The threefold palace was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the cultivation world. All the self-cultivators had to listen to their orders. How could there be someone who dared to fight with the people of the threefold palace? That's right, it's someone from the third palace. At that time, the middle-aged man had the upper hand and was about to kill the people from the threefold palace. However, that bastard from the threefold palace did something that I will never forget. Xiong Nan's body began to tremble as if he was recalling the painful past. His face turned hideous. That bastard from the threefold palace raised his hand and summoned an incomparably huge palm that instantly razed the entire town to the ground. None of the mortals in the town managed to escape, including my grandparents, my father, and my sister. All of my family, friends, and childhood playmates were annihilated by this palm. Seong Nan clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. So that's how Seong Nan lost his family. Mu Yu was also furious. The people from the threefold palace were already very powerful back then. One palm was more than enough to destroy the entire town, but how could they dare to do such a thing so brazenly? The whole town died. I was the only one who survived. The soil protected me and I sank into the ground. That's why I survived. I saw with my own eyes that countless white lights flew out from all over the town and headed for that bastard in the threefold palace. His strength instantly increased and he killed the middle-aged man instead. My family was all dead. A moment ago, everyone in the town was still admiring the grace of the immortals in the sky. The next moment, they were all reduced to ashes. I've been looking for the murderer for so many years. It wasn't until Hutu told me that I learned that the person emitting the white light was from the threefold palace. I also learned why the threefold palace killed the entire town. The white light was the soul power left behind by the dead. It was also the power that the threefold palace relied on to survive. The threefold palace could use a special method to collect the soul power of the dead to increase their own cultivation. Who would have thought that the people from the threefold palace would do something so inhumane just to defeat their opponent? The people from the threefold palace killed tens of thousands of people in the town just to defeat their opponent. So many lives were lost just like that. A teardrop rolled down from the corner of Seong Nan's eye. The teardrop rolled on the ground and turned into crystal clear sand. Mu Yu's chest heaved up and down. He was filled with anger. Threefold Palace had killed Deadwood's father for their own selfish desires. In order to defeat their opponent, they had even killed the entire town to obtain strength. This sort of behavior was already intolerable by the heavens and earth. He looked at Seong Nan in silence. In his eyes, Seong Nan had always been an honest senior brother. He never cared about anything, and he never talked about his past. However, the truth was so cruel. He never thought that the threefold palace had destroyed Seong Nan's family. So you want to fight against the threefold palace with your own strength? Mu Yu clenched his fists. Deadwood Daddy's death made him hate the threefold palace to the core. Just like Seong Nan, he could never forgive the threefold palace. Watching my family die in front of me became a nightmare that I couldn't get rid of. I almost collapsed. I couldn't even bury my family because they didn't even leave behind a corpse. If Master hadn't found me, I might not have had the courage to live on. Everything Master taught me allowed me to gradually walk out of the shadow of that nightmare. I tried my best to make myself indifferent, to become lazy, and to like sleeping. Only then could I forget everything, but I was thinking about revenge all the time. Seong Nan's voice sank. A large part of his personality was related to that incident. He did not care about other people's teasing. He had a gentle temper and was honest. Even if someone pointed at him and scolded him, he would still laugh foolishly. Compared to the nightmares he had when he was young, nothing else was worth mentioning. What I couldn't stand the most was that the threefold palace wanted to kill Master and take his immortal body after he gave me everything. I couldn't let that happen. I knew I had to merge with Hutu if I wanted to take revenge and protect Master. Only then can I have the power to take revenge. I had to leave the 50-mile garden and do what I wanted to do. A terrifying aura rose from Seong Nan's body. It was restless. All the puppets were terrified. Mu Yu clenched his teeth. Seong Nan's determination to take revenge spread to Mu Yu like a virus. He had the urge to destroy the threefold palace with Seong Nan right now. However, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. He had his own principles when it came to doing things. Master sacrificed himself to protect these cultivators, but you're sending them to their deaths. You're going against Master's will. Mu Yu shook his head. Master sacrificed himself for them, but what did they do for Master? They only know how to submit to the threefold palace and listen to its orders. If they become the threefold palace's lackeys, They will become the threefold palace's souls sooner or later and become the source of its power. I'm just making their deaths more meaningful, Seong Nan said coldly. The cultivators were the threefold palace's tools. Seong Nan wanted to use them as tools, too. Master said that you have to live up to your conscience. If you think it's the right thing to do, then do it. If you think it's wrong, then don't do it, Mu Yu said. Seong Nan might be right. Most of the cultivators would become the wraiths on the battlefield against the human in the future. It was better for Seong Nan to use them as tools against the threefold palace instead. However, Mu Yu did not agree with Seong Nan. Everyone should choose their own life. Seong Nan was basically taking the lives of others by force. Death was inevitable. It could be as heavy as Mount Tai, or as light as a feather. However, in Mu Yu's opinion, even if a group of people wanted to die a spectacular death, it should be their choice instead of being forced to die. I always remember Master's words, so I always ask myself if I'm doing the wrong thing, but I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, Seong Nan said seriously. Seong Nan's thoughts had become extreme. Maybe it was because he had merged with Hutu, or maybe he was blinded by hatred, but he was no longer the honest Seong Nan he used to be. If you insist on doing this, then I have to stop you. Besides, Master will recover his cultivation soon. We can rely on Master to fight against the threefold palace. Mu Yu's thoughts were completely different from Seong Nan's. Even though he wanted to control the cultivators to fight against the threefold palace like Seong Nan, he knew it was wrong. Seong Nan stared at Mu Yu for a long time. He suddenly said coldly, Mu Yu, it seems like you still don't know what happened at the Moyun mountain range, right? Mu Yu frowned. What happened at the Moyun mountain range? The immortal confining prison has been removed a long time ago. Master is nowhere to be found. It hasn't been a year. Master can't have recovered his cultivation, but the immortal confining prison has disappeared on its own. Where do you think Master is now? Seong Nan's words were like a bolt from the blue, ringing in Mu Yu's ears. What? Mu Yu was shocked. You mean Master? Mu Yu did not dare to think further. The guardian of the threefold palace had always wanted to kill Feng Haochen and take his immortal body. However, because of the immortal confining prison, the guardian of the threefold palace had not been able to do it. Deadwood Daddy had once told him that the immortal confining prison would be fine as long as the array Heavenly Tao was alive. However, the array Heavenly Tao had already passed away. If the threefold palace obtained the array Heavenly Tao's spiritual origin, wouldn't it mean that he could control half of the immortal confining prison? His master's cultivation was only in the Jindan period. The guardian of the threefold palace was the most powerful being in the cultivation world. If he obtained half of the immortal confining prison, his master would not be able to fight against the guardian of the threefold palace. You're right. The guardian of the threefold palace has already attacked Master. The immortal confining prison in the Moyun mountain range is no longer under Master's control, Seong Nan said slowly. Chapter 552. The guardian of the threefold palace had already made a move on his master. This sentence made Mu Yu tremble all over. If the threefold palace captured their master, then they would also seize their master's immortal body. At that time, if they were to face the guardian of the threefold palace, wouldn't that mean that they would be facing their own master? No, I don't believe it. Mu Yu shook his head. How could something happen to his master? If someone else had said this casually, Mu Yu would definitely have cursed them for talking nonsense. However, when it came from Seong Nan, he immediately lost his composure. Seong Nan was his senior brother and also the disciple of Jian Ying and Chen Feng. You can go to Luochen Mountain and check if it's true, Seong Nan said. Cultivators at the spirit severing stage weren't allowed to enter the Moyun mountain range. Perhaps even nascent soul stage cultivators couldn't enter now. If Mu Yu wanted to verify the authenticity of this information, he only needed to go to the Moyun mountain range. If he could enter the Moyun mountain range, it meant that the heaven and earth array had already dissipated. The heaven and earth array was too powerful. With Feng Haochen's terrifying cultivation as the base of the array, Feng Haochen wouldn't be able to escape from the immortal confinement prison by himself. Are you still going to stop me? Xiong Nan looked at Mu Yu. I remember that this person framed Senior Deadwood. The threefold palace is behind Stargate. Aren't you going to take revenge? There were still dozens of sand sculptures on the walls that hadn't been possessed by the demon soul. Xiong Nan snapped his fingers and a sand sculpture quickly fell from the wall and stood in front of Xiong Nan. The sand on the sculpture's head suddenly scattered and danced in the air, revealing Tian Buwai's loathsome face. Who are you? How dare you capture me? Stargate won't let you go, Tian Buwai shouted in both shock and anger. Other than his head, his entire body was tightly bound by the sand and he couldn't move. To his horror, he found that he could not circulate the spiritual energy in his body. The yellow sand was very strange, destroying his last hope of escape. Stargate. Who do you think you are? Xiong Nan looked at Tian Buwai mockingly. Mu Yu's chest was filled with endless hatred. When Tian Jiancheng saved Tian Buchuan, he thought that he would have to wait a long time before he could kill Tian Buchuan. He never thought that he would see him again so soon. You deserve to die. Mu Yu's tone was extremely cold. Endless killing intent filled the air. Tian Buchi finally saw Mu Yu. There was no sand on Mu Yu's body. He was not bound by the sand. Mu Yu, if you dare to kill me, Stargate will definitely kill every single member of the Mu family in Clearwater City. Tian Buwai's face was already contorted. He no longer had that hypocritical smile and gentle expression. Xiong Nan said indifferently, if you die here, who can prove that Mu Yu killed you? Is this your dog? As soon as Xiong Nan finished speaking, a figure stepped out from the wall and appeared in front of Tian Buwai. It was Tian Jiancheng, who was in the form synthesis stage. Uncle Cheng, save me. The moment Tian Buwai saw Tian Jiancheng, he seemed to be grasping at straws. He shouted anxiously. Tian Jiancheng looked at Tian Buwai sinisterly and smiled sarcastically. Do you expect me to save a vicious, smiling tiger like you? You're not Uncle Cheng. Who are you? Tian Buwai was slightly stunned. The Tian Jiancheng in his memory wouldn't have dared to speak to him like this. Of course I'm your Uncle Cheng. However, I'll be here to watch you die. Don't worry, your father will only know that Sikong Chiwen killed you, not Mu Yu. What did you say? Tian Buwai was shocked and furious. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Black and white runes appeared under Mu Yu's feet. The 8 trigrams array formed a vortex in front of his chest. A 7th-order explosive pill had been reduced to powder and merged with the runes. The aura of the form synthesis stage emanated from the runes and enveloped Tian Buwai's heart. You can't kill me, Tian Buwai shouted in horror. The shadow clone sword trembled slightly as it was pulled out from the vortex of exploding pills by Mu Yu. The sword chi was filled with surging killing intent as it condensed into the shape of a sword in the air. Then, it chopped down towards the sky. No. Tian Buwai's terrified voice echoed. However, the shadow clone sword had already cut him in half. The sword chi instantly shredded his body, leaving only an unwilling head with open eyes. It rolled to Mu Yu's feet. You should have thought of this day when you attacked Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu stepped on Tian Buwai's face. He hated Tian Buwai's hypocritical face. He always showed a gentle smile in the cultivation world, but behind his back, he did disgusting things. Tian Buwai's achievements were all thanks to his father's help. Tian Buwai defeated so many extreme immortals because his father, Tian Yuhen, asked Shadow Killer Qing Ming to secretly attack the extreme immortals who challenged his son. The runes under Mu Yu's feet surged and completely destroyed Tian Buwai's head. Mu Ling came out of the shadow clone sword. He seemed to be devouring something. He controlled some vague white light into his body. That was the soul power that provided power to the 3 palaces after a person died. Mu Yu took a deep breath. Killing Tian Buwai should have been a gratifying thing for him, but he knew that there was nothing to be happy about. He still had a long way to go before he could resurrect Deadwood Daddy. Deadwood Daddy had wanted to use this formation to kill Tian Buwai and show Mu Yu his ability. Now, Mu Yu finally did it for Deadwood Daddy. Tian Buwai was already dead. There was still the 3 palaces. Xiong Nan watched indifferently as Mu Yu killed Tian Buwai. He didn't even frown during the entire process. Tian Buwai is an important chess piece of mine. I can fuse his consciousness with the demon soul and let him return to Stargate. In the future, he will become the gate master of Stargate and help me gather information from the 3 palaces. But you didn't stop me from killing him. Mu Yu looked at Xiong Nan quietly. Killing Tian Buwai had helped him cross a hurdle in his heart. If you want to kill him, he can't live. I'm your senior brother, Xiong Nan said indifferently, as if it was a simple matter. Mu Yu pursed his lips. If Tian Buwai was controlled by Xiong Nan like Sikong Chiwen, he would definitely be a powerful puppet given his status as the young master of Stargate. However, Xiong Nan chose to let Mu Yu kill Tian Buwai because he knew Mu Yu hated Tian Buwai. He didn't want Mu Yu to regret. Thank you. Mu Yu clenched his fists. You still won't help me, right? Xiong Nan asked. Mu Yu shook his head. Xiong Nan had helped him kill Tian Buwai, but he still didn't want to see the demon soul take over the self-cultivator's consciousness. I won't force you. You knew Chengyang and Luo Shong would stop you, but you still tried to undo the 9 heavens sealing formation to revive Senior Deadwood regardless of the consequences. I'm doing what I want to do too, Xiong Nan said. Mu Yu didn't know how to respond to Xiong Nan. Deadwood Daddy's death had made him desperate to undo the 9 heavens sealing formation to revive Deadwood Daddy. He knew everyone would oppose him, but he still chose to do it without hesitation. Xiong Nan was the same. His method was extreme. No one would support him, but he still chose to do it without hesitation. Mu Yu suddenly understood what Xiong Nan was trying to do. Are you two done messing around? 3 silhouettes flashed out of the tunnel and appeared beside them. They were Chengyang, Luo Shong, and Shimen Wuji. Chengyang had a stern look on his face. He scanned the surroundings angrily. He had never gotten angry at his junior brother before. No matter who made a mistake, it was always resolved through reflection. He wouldn't scold his disciples. He didn't rely on forceful methods or rules to teach his disciples. Instead, he relied on his disciples' self-awareness. As the eldest senior brother, Chengyang followed his master's way of doing things. Therefore, he wouldn't get angry at his junior brother. However, Xiong Nan's matter had crossed his bottom line. Luo Shong's gaze moved between Xiong Nan and Mu Yu. He wasn't angry like his senior brother. Instead, he was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Shimen Wuji still had an indifferent expression. To him, the life and death of cultivators had nothing to do with him. Do you really want to become enemies with all the cultivators in the world? Xiong Nan. And you, Mu Yu. You want to undo the 9 heavens sealing formation at all costs. Haven't you considered the consequences of Spirit Lord Yu Meng's death? Isn't Xiong Nan's current state enough to remind you? Chengyang rebuked angrily. Xiong Nan looked at Chengyang. He didn't immediately reply. Mu Yu also didn't want to explain. There were some things that he had to do. Even if he knew that it was dangerous, he would still try. Senior brother, is the matter of the immortal confining prison true? Did something really happen to Master? Mu Yu asked in a soft voice. Chengyan's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, Master is already in trouble. Therefore, I don't want anything to happen to you two as well. Mu Yu felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. An indescribable pain engulfed his entire body, causing him to involuntarily tremble. First, it was Deadwood Daddy. Now, it was his master. It was all because of that bastard from the Threefold Palace. He was filled with hatred. He hated that he didn't have the ability to protect his master, Deadwood Daddy, and the people he wanted to protect. His master had given them everything. He had sacrificed himself for the entire human race. However, in the end, he was still targeted by a treacherous villain. Shimen Wuji said, not only did something happen to your master, even my master's whereabouts are unknown. Evil Shadow, an immortal with heaven-defying cultivation, had also disappeared. Xiong Nan, you know that we will stop you at all costs. If you want to control the self-cultivators to fight against the Threefold Palace, it's like throwing an egg at a rock. You might even get yourself killed. Master doesn't want to see you captured by the Threefold Palace, Luo Shong said. How are you going to stop me? Xiong Nan asked. The tens of thousands of self-cultivators who had been controlled by the demonic souls all began to shout loudly. It was as if they were laughing at him. These demonic souls were similar to Sikong Chiwen. They had fused their consciousness with the human consciousness. This allowed the demonic souls to possess the memories of self-cultivators. They also possessed greater combat strength than self-cultivators. Because they were demonic beasts, their combat instincts wouldn't disappear. Xiong Nan's ability was equivalent to fusing demonic beasts and self-cultivators together. Luo Shong's body also began to burn. Rolling heat waves spread through the yellow sand. He was burning with anger. He had grown up with Xiong Nan. Although he had chosen to leave the Luochen mountain, he was still very familiar with Xiong Nan. However, the current Xiong Nan was no longer the simple and honest third junior brother. You are no match for me. After I fused with Hutu, my cultivation has far surpassed yours. Xiong Nan shook his head slightly. Chapter 553. Yellow sand fluttered in the air, flames burned all around, and the air was filled with hostility that shouldn't have appeared. Shimon Wuji chose to stand aside and watch. This was someone else's family matter, so he silently retreated to the side. Mu Yu, whose side are you on? Luo Shong coldly asked. The burning heaven sword in his hand flickered with blazing radiance. He wanted to know Mu Yu's position. Mu Yu lowered his head. He was very disappointed in his heart. They were from the same sect, but they were going to meet each other with weapons. He didn't support Xiong Nan's approach, but he also didn't want to interfere with Xiong Nan's decision, just like how he didn't want others to interfere with him solving the ninth heaven's sealing devil formation. I want to do my own thing. Mu Yu slowly spat out these few words. What he wanted to do the most was to resurrect Deadwood Daddy. Luo Shong firmly stared at Mu Yu and said, I understand, then today I'll take care of you as well. Otherwise, sooner or later you'll all be in trouble. The flames that filled the sky instantly surrounded Mu Yu and illuminated Mu Yu's body, making him feel uncomfortable. Luo Shong was at the 9th layer of the spirit severing stage, and Mu Yu had just stepped into the spirit severing stage. Their sword techniques were all from the 9 guides of Heavenly Sword. Perhaps Mu Yu had comprehended the sword formation of the 9 guides of Heavenly Sword, and had a deeper understanding of the 9 guides of Heavenly Sword, but it was still very difficult for him to defeat Luo Shong. The pitch-black tree branches revolved around Mu Yu, and the leaves of Mu Ling were verdant and exuberant with vitality. The intertwining black and green plants emitted a strange aura, blocking all the heat waves outside. Mu Yu lightly tapped the runes under his feet, and his entire body disappeared in the sea of flames, leaving Luo Shong's encirclement. Cheng Yang frowned. Master doesn't want us to learn array formations. Why are you going against Master's wishes? Cheng Yang looked at the rippling array patterns around Mu Yu's body, looking very annoyed. The reason why Feng Haochen didn't allow them to learn about arrays was because he was worried that Spirit Lord Human would discover the flaws in the arrays set up by the human race. If that happened, the arrays set up by the human race to deal with the human would lose their effectiveness in the future. Mu Yu's actions went against Feng Haochen's original intentions. I have to learn about formations, Mu Yu said softly. He had no other choice. He had to ensure that Deadwood Daddy's soul anchoring array would not have any problems. He also had to find a way to break the 9th heaven sealing demon formation. Most importantly, he didn't want to bury Deadwood Daddy's reputation as a formation grandmaster. Deadwood Daddy had lost to Feng Haochen in all aspects. The only area where he could compare to Feng Haochen was in array formations. Back then, Deadwood Daddy had used his life to cast array formations. It was to prove his ability to Mu Yu, to prove that he was qualified to be Mu Yu's master. Perhaps in order to satisfy that stubborn old man's wish, Mu Yu wanted to inherit his array formations. However, Cheng Yang and Luo Shong didn't understand. They didn't know what kind of person Deadwood Evergreen was. I can't let the two of you continue to do whatever you want. Cheng Yan's expression was very serious. As the eldest senior brother, when something happened to his master, he had to shoulder the responsibility. He couldn't let anything happen to his junior brother. Especially when the power hidden in the four of them was so terrifying. If they went out of control, the entire cultivation world would fall into a state of eternal damnation. The ground began to tremble. He peeled off all the metal from the yellow sand, turning them into pieces of metal ores of different sizes, which floated around in the surroundings. Each piece of metal shone with a cold light, and a murderous aura swept over everyone. Cheng Yang was also at the 9th level of the spirit severing stage. Mu Yu was still the one with the lowest cultivation among the four. However, the difference was that he had mastered the sword formation of the Heavenly Sword 9 guides and learned powerful array techniques. This was something Cheng Yang and the others didn't have. The four of them each controlled items of the 5 elements. They confronted each other because of different beliefs. The metal ores around Cheng Yang suddenly turned into a flowing substance and instantly came to Xiongnan's side. Countless metal ores covered Xiongnan. Countless rocks rose around Xiongnan, blocking all of Chengyan's metal ores. However, Chengyan's metal ores instantly turned into all kinds of extremely sharp blades, instantly shattering all the rocks. However, the ground around Xiongnan suddenly sank, as if a huge tearing force was coming from the ground. The speed of those sharp blades was also slowed down, and they were directly wrapped up by the yellow sand. The dull sound of metal and sand colliding fiercely intertwined. On the other side, Luo Shong's sea of fire had already covered Mu Yu. Luo Shong's offensive power was very strong. His sea of fire was on the verge of erupting, instantly igniting Mu Yu's trees. However, Mu Yu's trees would always sprout in the sea of fire, growing and multiplying endlessly. This was not the first time Mu Yu fought with Luo Shong. When they were in the Moyun mountain range, Mu Yu had already fought with Luo Shong. Mu Yu was always at a disadvantage under the flames, but because of the endless growth, he would not be defeated immediately. Why are we fighting? Mu Yu was very disappointed. They were originally fellow disciples. Although they would occasionally bicker, they never thought that one day they would meet on the battlefield. When Mu Yu was in the 2nd heaven, in the dream that Phantom created for him, he fought against Cheng Yang and the others alone, including Qiao Shui. However, Mu Yu had always thought that it was just a dream. He recalled what Phantom had said at that time: a dream might be a certain reality. However, the main characters in this reality had evolved into Xiongnan and himself. Every time you cause trouble, I can help you solve it. However, if you want to break the 9th heaven ceiling formation, I have to stop you. I can't let you change like Xiongnan. Luo Shong's eyes flickered with flames, and even his hair was burning. His fighting spirit was high, and his aura was like the sun at noon. The 9th heaven ceiling formation had not successfully sealed Empress Tu in Xiongnan's body, which was also the reason why Xiongnan's personality had changed greatly. Both Cheng Yang and Luo Shong were worried that after Gomang was released from the 9th heaven ceiling formation, Mu Yu's thoughts would be assimilated by Spirit Lord Yu Meng, and he would become extreme and become another Xiongnan. I want to resurrect Deadwood Daddy. That's all, Mu Yu said firmly. The plants around him had all turned into summer fir. These were plants that were not afraid of heat and would not be ignited by flames. They could block all the heat outside. Resurrecting Deadwood Evergreen is not a good thing. You will destroy everyone in the cultivation world for him alone. His life is not as important as everyone's life, Luo Shong replied coldly. Deadwood Daddy's life was not as important as everyone's life. Mu Yu suddenly became angry. He thought of what had happened to Deadwood Daddy and felt that it was unfair. He could not blame his master for anything because his master had never wanted to hurt Deadwood Daddy. However, fate was always unfair to Deadwood Daddy. For Miao Yuyan, Papa Kumu was willing to give up everything and become the Poison King, Kumu Evergreen, who was feared by all in the cultivation world. He was even willing to put down his pride to save his love rival, Feng Haochen. He had always lived for others, but when he wanted to live for himself, he no longer had the chance to do so. If such a person was not worth saving, then who was worth saving? Those hypocritical and laughable cultivators in the cultivation world? Those cultivators who were treated like dirt by the Third Palace? In the eyes of the Threefold Palace, these cultivators were nothing more than livestock. One day, when the power of the Threefold Palace ran out, These cultivators would be sent out to fight Yu Meng and die on the battlefield. Then, they would be turned into soul power to consolidate the Third Palace's supreme position. The anger in Mu Yu's chest seemed to burn even more fiercely than the flames on Luo Shong's body. Luo Shong's words had thoroughly enraged him. Deadwood Daddy was the one who had the most right to live. I only want to save those who I think are worth saving. Even if the whole world doesn't understand me, so what? Mu Yu's voice became extremely cold and his body trembled. For the sake of everyone's lives, his master had chosen to sacrifice his own cultivation. However, in the end, he had received the betrayal of the Third Palace and was left to silently wait for death in a barren land. Even the people from the Gate of Hell dared to target him. Now that Bai Jie had already made a move against his master, was Mu Yu also going to seal his own ability and not let Deadwood Daddy live? Why? What did his master gain by sacrificing his own cultivation? What did the people of the Third Palace do for his master? What did Mu Yu gain by sealing his own ability? What did all the other cultivators do to him? The cultivators thought that the world was flourishing under the leadership of the Third Palace, but they didn't know that someone was carrying the burden for them in the darkness and working hard to eliminate all the hidden dangers. Deadwood Daddy had once accused Feng Haochen of being the world's hero, but not daring to be the husband of the woman he loved. Mu Yu didn't want to be the world's hero. He only wanted to be Deadwood Daddy's son. What did the world's righteousness have to do with him? His heart weighed the world. If he couldn't even protect the people he cared about, how could he protect the entire cultivation world? He couldn't do it. Mu Yu respected his master, but he didn't want to walk the same path as his master. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Also, resurrecting Deadwood Daddy is something I will definitely do. No one can stop me. Mu Yu's eyes had completely changed. His left eye flickered with white light, and his right eye was filled with black light. Black and white spiritual energy rapidly swam around his body, and his aura was constantly rising. Mu Yu had never liked Luo Shong because Lan Ling would always use Luo Shong to belittle him. Luo Shong also didn't like Mu Yu because Mu Yu almost killed his master in the Moyun mountain range. Due to their relationship as martial brothers, Luo Shong had always helped Mu Yu, and Mu Yu also acknowledged him as his second martial brother. However, Mu Yu couldn't stand Luo Shong's words. Deadwood Daddy's life was extremely important to him. Compared to those cultivators who were kept in the dark, Deadwood Daddy was the one he cared about more. Master wants to save the lives of all the humans in the world, so I will follow Master's wishes. We can use any method to eradicate the Third Palace, but definitely not at the cost of undoing the Ninth Heaven's demon sealing array. Do you not care about Master at all? Luo Shong's tone was very firm. His master had always been his unshakable belief. Feng Haochen taught his disciples by example. He would never tell his disciples what to do and what not to do. He would only tell them, when you think that you are doing something that is worthy of your heart, then it is right. Luo Shong and Cheng Yang believed that the lives of cultivators were at the top of Mount Tai, so they stood on the side of the cultivators. Xiong Nan believed that eradicating the Third Palace was the most important thing, so he didn't care about the lives of other cultivators. Mu Yu believed that reviving Deadwood Daddy was the right thing to do, so he wanted to undo the Ninth Heaven's demon sealing array. No one was wrong. Those who wanted to achieve great things didn't care about trifles. There were always people who needed to make sacrifices. It was difficult to be filial and righteous at the same time. Why was Mu Yu wrong for choosing filial piety? After a long silence, Mu Yu asked, if Master was killed by the Third Palace, and I could revive him, would you let me revive Master? Luo Shong's body trembled violently, and the flames in his eyes weakened. He had never considered this question before. If Lan Ling was killed by the Third Palace, would you let me revive her? Mu Yu asked again. Luo Shong clenched his fists. He suddenly felt a wave of panic. Master and Lan Ling were both very important people to him. Would he let Mu Yu do this? Mu Yu looked at Luo Shong coldly. Whether you are willing or not, if this happens, I will definitely save her, just like how I saved Deadwood Daddy. The flames on Luo Shong's body gradually dimmed. His chest heaved up and down. He didn't know how to refute Mu Yu's words. It turned out that everyone was selfish. When things didn't happen to them, they could preach to their heart's content, talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and take the world as their responsibility. And when disaster befell them, they would be at a loss of what to do. After all, not everyone was as broad-minded as Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Chapter 554. Countless metal cylinders suddenly gushed out from under Mu Yu's feet, instantly forming a cage and trapping Mu Yu inside. Let me tell you something. If that really happens, I won't let you resurrect. Cheng Yang took a step forward and appeared in front of Mu Yu. He quietly looked at Mu Yu. Because Master won't let you do that. Just as you know in your heart, Senior Kumu won't let you do that either. When they painstakingly laid down the 9 heavens sealing formation, they didn't want you to be possessed by Spirit Lord Yu Meng. You'll cause an unnecessary disaster to the cultivation world. A powerful pressure enveloped Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu glanced at Xiong Nan and found that he was firmly pinned down in the air by 8 pieces of metal. The 8 pieces of metal were as slender as flying swords. They each formed a square and surrounded Xiong Nan. There seemed to be some kind of strange traction force between them, interacting with each other and preventing Xiong Nan from rushing out. The sand around Xiong Nan wanted to get close to his body, but it was always scattered by the waves emitted by the metal. It couldn't get close at all. Formation veins surged under Mu Yu's feet. He wanted to teleport out of the cage, but as soon as his formation veins flashed out, they were torn away by the metal cage. The spiritual energy around him couldn't even flow in. The branches around Mu Yu wanted to escape through the cracks in the cage, but a powerful repulsive force came from the metal cage, preventing the branches from extending. Mu Yu had never seen Chengyan's ability to control metal before, so he didn't know how powerful Chengyan's ability was. Only now did he truly see it for himself. In the past, Chengyang had attached a small piece of metal to their flying swords. By relying on the force field emitted by the metal, he could find Mu Yu and the others. The metal could emit a powerful magnetic field. Under Chengyan's control, this magnetic field could repel or attract anything, including the spiritual energy emitted by cultivators and the spiritual energy around them. Master said that when you do something, you should do it if you feel that you're worthy of your heart. You keep saying that what you have done is worthy of your heart, but is that really the case? Ask yourselves, will you have a clear conscience after doing this? Are you worthy of Master? How could he face Elder Deadwood? How can we face our other brothers and sisters? Chengyan's voice was filled with an indescribable majesty. Mu Yu knew that Chengyang was right. If Deadwood Daddy knew about this, he would never have let Mu Yu take the risk to open the 9th heaven sealing demon formation to revive him. His master would not have allowed Mu Yu to do so either. He just stubbornly believed that what he did was right. But why was it that in this world, good people always had to make sacrifices while bad people ran rampant? There was always someone who needed to uphold justice and let those who deserved to live. Mu Yu had the ability to decide between life and death in the blink of an eye, so why couldn't this person be him? Even if I'm wrong, I will continue to be wrong. I can't be a saint, I just want to be a good son of Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu shouted wildly, and the intertwining black and white spiritual power began to surge out of his body. The black spiritual power was mixed with a haze of death energy, and the white spiritual power was endlessly growing. These two kinds of spiritual power were the purest forces in the world, and they maintained a wonderful balance in Mu Yu's body. The metal magnetic field created by Chengyang could not break this balance, so it could not repel them. The black and white spiritual power instantly covered the metal bars with branches and gushed out. Mu Yu had already disappeared into the branches, breaking free. A body tree vigorously sprouted under Mu Yu's feet, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a towering tree that was incompatible with the surrounding yellow sand. Mu Yu stood at the top of the body tree, and the green leaves fluttered around him, free and easy. On the other side, Xiongnan's yellow sand swept out wildly, forming a ring of sand around them. The violent power of earth finally broke through the bindings of the 8 pieces of metal. Yellow sand fluttered around him, and he looked like a king in the desert, coldly looking at his fellow disciples. Luo Shong's body was reignited, and his eyes were burning like a volcano that was about to erupt. The flames wreaked havoc around him, and countless sparks burst out. The sparks that burst out were not only red, but also pale white. The temperature was so high that people could not help but retreat. Our targets are the people from the third palace. Why can't we negotiate peacefully? Luo Shong said in a low voice. He tried hard to get rid of the strange thoughts in his mind. Xiong Nan shook his head. Because you have too many misgivings and too many useless people. Once you have misgivings, you will be restrained. So, I want to use my own method to deal with the third palace. Xiong Nan's aura was very strong, and it overshadowed everyone. His cultivation had reached a very terrifying level. Cheng Yang and Luo Shong's expressions changed when the overwhelming aura burst out. Your method is wrong. Cheng Yang rebuked angrily. Countless pieces of metal surged around him, and he once again headed south. The yellow sand and the pieces of metal collided, and a powerful force erupted, tearing apart everything around them. However, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged from Xiong Nan's body, and it instantly repelled Cheng Yang. It also enveloped all the pieces of metal in yellow sand. The body tree under Mu Yu's feet swayed gently in the yellow sand, and its green leaves rippled with mysterious formation patterns in the air. He gently raised his hand, and the shadow clone sword appeared in his hand from the formation patterns in the air. A steady sword chi jumped in his palm, and he pointed it straight at Luo Shong. If you want to fight, we'll fight. I'll do my own thing, and no one can stop me. Mu Yu's expression was resolute. The body tree leaves danced in the air, surrounding the shadow clone sword, and the sword trembled slightly. The green sword flattened the void, and the sword shadow appeared in his hand. Luo Shong was silent, but he also pulled out his own burning heaven sword. The red burning heaven sword streaked across the sky, and the air seemed to be faintly burning. The sword star swept across the wasteland, and the sword's anger could also burn the sky. The erosion cleansing sword in Cheng Yan's hand flickered with a golden light, steady and reserved, just like his personality. The sharpness was hidden in his heart, and the sword's momentum was graceful. Xiong Nan's stargazing sword was heavy, and it seemed so sturdy in the yellow sand, like a huge rock. If the sword light was not sharpened, the sword intent would be born from the heart. Shadow clone and burning heaven, erosion cleansing and stargazing. Sword Shadow and Chen Feng had gathered 4 of the 7 heavenly swords in the desert. The wind howled, and the heavenly swords cried. For their different beliefs, they let the heavenly swords walk on opposite sides. When the swords moved, the people moved. Feng Haochen once asked Mu Yu, "Why do we need to use swords?" Mu Yu did not know how to answer. He thought that the sword was just a tool to make himself stronger. But now he understood that the sword was to protect one's belief. Mu Yu looked at Luo Shong. He had always been chasing after Luo Shong's footsteps, but he was always a distance away. Because of Lan Ling he did not like Luo Shong, but he could not deny that Luo Shong was a reliable senior brother. He also yearned to surpass Luo Shong one day. He wanted to defeat Luo Shong for his beliefs. The shadow clone sword streaked across the sky, and the figure floated over. Only the powerful formation patterns were left in the void. Burning heaven and shadow clone, the sword tips touched, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out with the two as the center. The blazing flames and the green leaf fiercely collided in the air. The green leaf transformed into a strange black and white energy, and actually resisted the burning of the blazing flames. The sword stabbed out, and the wind and clouds changed color. The sword light overflowed, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Luo Shong was still so strong. Even if he did not learn the Sky Sword 9 guiding formation, his sword force still reached a terrifying level. Mu Yu's figure flashed in the air, and Luo Shong's dustfall steps followed closely behind. The 2 sky swords intertwined in the air, and in a breath's time, they had already exchanged thousands of blows. Sword shadows constantly fell in the air, and sword sparks flew everywhere. They were using the most primitive sword techniques to compete, and no one was at a disadvantage. Cheng Yang and Xiong Nan's sword force was extremely terrifying. In the past, Xiong Nan was very lazy, but his sword techniques and cultivation had never fallen behind. His laziness was just a disguise for the pain in his heart. He had always wanted to take revenge for his family. His sword was as heavy as Mount Tai, and every move was heavy. It was simple, but it was unstoppable. Chengyan's sword was as light as a rainbow. Facing Xiangnan's heavy sword force, he was neither anxious nor impatient. He always countered Xiangnan's sword moves at the perfect time. For figures flickered in the air, and sword beams shot out from them. At a certain moment, the four of them suddenly stopped at the same time. However, the sword beams in their hands became more and more intense. They were like a violent storm, invading the entire desert. Mu Yu held the shadow clone sword in front of his chest. The shadow clone sword hummed softly, as if it had transformed into thousands of illusions, but also seemed to have merged into one. There seemed to be 9 Mu Yu in front of him, and they were all manifesting the 9 heavenly sword guides. However, at a certain moment, there was only one left. That person, that sword. It was simple, but it was so powerful. Luo Shong's burning heaven was also dancing. The flames around him formed all kinds of sword forces, and then they merged together. His sword surged boldly, ostentatiously, and arrogantly, like a blazing sun. Chengyan's sword was so steady. His 9 sword forces were airtight, and at that moment, they merged into a single point. Xiangnan's sword was thick and steady, and his figure was slow and solid. It seemed to be full of flaws, but it was impeccable. At that moment, 4 swords stabbed out at the same time. The highest profundity of the 9 heavenly sword guides, 9 returned to 1. It was a simple sword, but it transformed into thousands of worlds. They were all disciples of Sword Shadow and Chen Feng. They made different choices for their master, so they wanted to let the sword forces taught by their master determine right and wrong. One sword to determine victory. The air had already become extremely hot. Different sword forces condensed into a single point in the yellow sand. Every sword represented their own beliefs and decisions. Ding! The 4 swords clashed, but only a soft sound was produced. It was like the most primitive sound in the world. The sword beams had already riddled the surrounding sand with holes. The sword force of the 9 heavenly sword guides exploded. You shouldn't have done this. A tiny white figure streaked across the sky. At the same time, the 4 heavenly swords broke free from each other's control. None of them harmed the other as they hummed in the air. The 4 heavenly swords had their own consciousness. They were unwilling to attack their partners. This time, their sword hilts were pressed against each other. The tips of the swords were pointed outwards, forming a cross. Little Commander's figure stood in the center of the 4 sword hilts. Little Commander was controlling 4 swords alone. Little Commander's expression was very solemn. He did not know why he had to come out. He only knew that he had to. The white-bearded old man once said that the hardest part of a fist is facing outwards. A sword's sharpest tip should not be pointed at a brother. Little Commander's childish voice sounded very sonorous and powerful at that moment. The sword hilts were pressed against each other, and the sword tips were pointed outwards. The sword was like a person. The sword hilt was the person's back, and the sword tip was the person's fist. The back was reserved for a trusted brother, and the fist was reserved for a common enemy. It was just like the cross formed by the 4 swords. The sharpest tip should not be pointed at a brother. Chapter 555. No one knew where Xiao Shuai came from, but everyone knew that he had a close relationship with their master. Mu Yu even knew that Xiao Shuai had an unusual relationship with the Sky Sword. Today, Xiao Shuai had taken control of 4 Sky Swords, freeing them from the control of Mu Yu and the others. He had passed on Feng Haochen's teachings to his 4 disagreeing senior and junior brothers. No one said anything. They had picked up their own swords for different beliefs and pointed their swords at their own senior and junior brothers. That was an extremely stupid thing to do. The Sky Sword had gotten its name from fighting against Yu Meng, but now it had become evidence of fratricide in their hands. The 4 Sky Swords had spirituality. They were unwilling to use the highest sword force of the Sky Sword 9 guides against their own people, so they chose to let go of the sword force and let Xiao Shuai take control of them. Mu Yu raised his head and looked at his senior brother. Their beliefs had differed, but this was not a reason for them to fight. I won't hurt you, Xiongnan said softly. His cultivation level had long surpassed Chengyan's and everyone else's. However, he had not used his full strength when fighting against Chengyang. His greatest reliance had been his earth control technique, but he had chosen the stargazing sword. He knew that his sword shadow was Chen Feng's disciple and the successor of the Sky Sword 9 guides. Using the stargazing sword was the best choice when fighting against his senior brother. Chengyang and Luo Shong remained silent. They were extremely sad that their master had fallen into the hands of the Threefold Palace. Xiongnan and Mu Yu had chosen their own way to fight against the Threefold Palace, but they had no choice but to stop them. Xiongnan and Mu Yu's choice would put the cultivation world, which their master had protected his entire life, in danger. Master cares about the world. He sacrificed himself for the sake of humanity, but what did he get in return? Is this the cultivation world you really want to protect? Xiongnan continued. Mu Yu could not refute him. Neither could Chengyang and Luo Shong. They hated everything the Threefold Palace had done, but the Threefold Palace was a colossus. They were still struggling in the game set by the Threefold Palace, unable to jump out. If they wanted to truly fight against the Threefold Palace, they could not play according to the rules set by the Threefold Palace. Xiongnan chose to change the rules of the game, using extreme methods to customize his own rules. Mu Yu did not want to participate in this game. He just wanted to save Deadwood Daddy. Chengyang and Luo Shong wanted to continue playing the game. They wanted to protect all the cultivators in the game for their master. After a long time, Chengyang slowly said, I will not change my original intention. I will follow master's wishes. Luo Shong glanced at Chengyang, his mouth moving twice, but he didn't say anything. I want to save Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu's belief was still firm. Mu Yu didn't want to be the protector of the human race. He just wanted to be Deadwood Daddy's son and help Deadwood Daddy fill his regrets. Going south would not change either. The 4 heavenly swords separated in the air as if they had been torn apart. They left a desolate sword mark in the sky and landed in the hands of their respective masters. Little Shuai also jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder. He couldn't interfere with other people's wishes. Chengyang looked at Mu Yu and Xiongnan and sighed heavily. His master had already fallen into the hands of the Third Palace. He didn't want his junior brother to be trapped again. But at the same time, he also understood that there was no going back once things happened. Senior brother, I know you want to stop me. But if you want to stop me, you alone won't be enough. You are not a complete person. You have to accept Rushu's existence, Xiongnan said slowly. A tyrannical aura surged out of Xiongnan body like a resplendent moon. It pressed down on everyone, making them feel an unprecedented pressure. Xiongnan was the only person who didn't have the 9 heavens demon sealing array in his body. He had chosen to fuse with Hutu. His cultivation level had already surpassed that of his junior brother. I don't want to fight with you. You are no match for me. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability to stop these people first. Xiongnan waved his hand heavily. All the cultivators roared fervently again. Then, the entire building made of yellow sand collapsed with a loud crash. The boundless desert once again appeared in front of everyone. A dense crowd floated in the air, watching these 4 fellow apprentices. These 100,000 people will carry my orders and return to their lives. They will hide among the cultivators and wait for the right time to destroy the Third Palace with me. I don't think you can stop these 100,000 people from leaving. As soon as Xiongnan finished speaking, countless whistling sounds came from the sky. The 100,000 people all flashed and scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. Many people headed towards Clearwater City because that was their resting place. However, there were also many people who directly flew out of the desert like scattered birds and beasts. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 100,000 cultivators who had been possessed by demon souls had all disappeared at the end of the desert. Among these 100,000 people, there were more than a dozen extremely talented extreme immortals. There were also countless disciples of the 8 sects and many cultivators who were very talented but not very powerful. Each of them would become the next Seekong Chiwon. However, Seongnan wouldn't let them be so ostentatious anymore. These cultivators would hide in the cultivation world and slowly occupy the Extreme Immortal leaderboard. They would take control of the Extreme Immortal leaderboard and destroy the Third Palace's scheme. There would be many dark horses like Seekong Chiwon in the 8 gates. Every sect would be overjoyed because the number of Extreme Immortals represented the strength of a sect. The more Extreme Immortals a sect had, the more the Extreme Immortals would be valued by the Third Palace. If a sect could become one of the top 9 Extreme Immortals, the status of the entire sect in the cultivation world would rise. Seongnan would let many people in the cultivation world see the hope of the sect's rise. But how could this opportunity be so simple? Only the cultivators who hadn't been possessed were left in the air. They were still covered in yellow sand and looked like sand sculptures. The cultivators in these sand sculptures were very weak. The demonic soul would only choose cultivators with a high level of cultivation. It wouldn't choose the weak. Seekong Chiwon was chosen during the Jindan period because he wanted Seekong Chiwon during the Jindan period to reach the spirit severing stage in a short period of time. It was a gimmick. This sudden rise in power would attract more people to Clearwater City. They would investigate Seekong Chiwon's situation and complete Seongnan's plan. Now that the plan had come to fruition, there was no need to choose weak cultivators. The Sand Eagle Demon King in the altar had fallen into a deep sleep under Seongnan's control before Mu Yu killed Tien Bushu. He didn't know what had just happened. There was still a long time before the seal on the Sand Eagle Demon King was lifted. Mu Yu might have a way to help the Sand Eagle Demon King break free from the seal. However, the Sand Eagle Demon King had already lost his heart. He wouldn't be able to wake up even if he broke free from the seal. Cheng Yang and Luo Shong both had a lot on their minds. With so many people dispersing in different directions, they couldn't stop them at all. They could only watch as they left. These people would be like Seekong Chiwon. They would quietly return to the cultivation world and take on the role of each cultivator. They would gather information for Seongnan. In the future, when human and the human race go to war, these people would definitely become a variable. That was about 100,000 people. We all have things we want to do, don't we? Seongnan glanced at Mu Yu. The yellow sand that filled the sky danced around him rapidly. He had achieved his goal. It was time to leave. The sarcophagus slowly emerged from the yellow sand. The Sand Eagle Demon King's heart was sealed in it. Seongnan was standing on the sarcophagus at this moment. You didn't control my family, did you? Mu Yu asked quietly. Don't worry. I will never do anything to you, including your loved ones, your friends, and the array masters under your control. They are all fine. Your dormant brother, Mu Qingfan, has also recovered. I will let everyone in Clearwater City take care of your family. You can do whatever you want in the future. Don't worry about what will happen to your family. Then, Seongnan said word by word, I don't want you to lose your family like I did. Tears seemed to glisten in Seongnan's eyes for a moment. There was also an unconcealable sadness. However, the yellow sand covered everything. No one could see his tears clearly. Seongnan had experienced the pain of losing his family, so he understood what it meant. Although he was no longer Seongnan, Mu Yu was still his junior brother. He wanted to persuade Mu Yu to be with him, but he would never use his family to force Mu Yu to do so. The yellow sand increased and gradually enveloped Seongnan's body. Then, all the yellow sand suddenly lost control. With a crash, Seongnan's figure disappeared. As for the altar that sealed Desert Eagle, it gradually sank back into the yellow sand. Everything returned to normal. Cheng Yang clenched his fists. This was the desert. It was impossible to catch up to Seongnan. To Mu Yu, it was no longer important who the victor of this competition was. To him, there were more important things to do. Thank you, Mu Yu said softly as he watched Seongnan disappear into the yellow sand. Mu Yu kept the trees around her and glanced at Cheng Yang and Luo Shong. Then, with a light tap of her feet, she flew towards Clearwater City. Luo Shong didn't stop him. They knew that Mu Yu wouldn't leave Clearwater City so quickly. His family was still in Clearwater City. Luo Shong looked at Mu Yu's back view. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. What is the right thing to do? Luo Shong felt lost. Mu Yu's words were still echoing in his ears. What should he do if something happened to Lan Ling? He looked at Cheng Yang. For the first time, his beliefs were shaken. In Luo Shong's heart, his masters and Lan Ling's lives were more important than all the other cultivators. He helped Cheng Yang because Cheng Yang was his senior brother. He thought he was doing the right thing. But today, he realized that right and wrong didn't matter at all. If he couldn't even protect the people he cared about, how could he protect all the other cultivators in the world? Luo Shong didn't understand. He really didn't. He was supposed to be the most unruly person. The fierce wind in the desert swept every sand sculpture away. The sun roasted the yellow sand, and steam rose from it. Cheng Yang sighed. The metal around him turned into countless blades as thin as cicadas' wings. These blades cut through the air and flew toward the sand eagles. Every blade turned into a cold glint and interweaved around the sand eagles. Countless yellow sand was easily peeled off by the blades. Shimen Wuji didn't make a move from the beginning to the end. He silently watched everything. Finally, he left with Cheng Yang and Luo Shong. The cultivators wrapped in yellow sand soon revealed their original faces. Everyone slowly opened their eyes and looked around in bewilderment. Xiong Nan didn't take away their consciousness. Instead, he let them live. What happened just now? I don't know. I remember that there were countless sand eagles in the desert. Then we were swallowed by the yellow sand. Right. Who was the final winner of this competition? Sikong Chiwen's change just now was too strange. Where is he? Mu Yu and Tian Biu Luo are also gone. Many people were whispering to each other. At the same time, they found that their clothes were full of sand and quickly began to clean it. These cultivators would never think that they were lucky enough to escape death. They still believed in the Sanchong Palace that kept them like livestock. They worshipped the master of the Sanchong Palace like a god. They thought that as long as the Sanchong Palace existed, the Sanchong continent would shine. They thought that the cultivation world was still peaceful. Chapter 556. The Threefold Palace. It was like a paradise on earth. There were jade buildings and spiritual energy flowing around. This was the most mysterious place on the Threefold Continent. Other than the people from the Threefold Palace, no one knew where this place was. The magnificent palace was faintly discernible. From time to time, there would be figures covered in holy white light streaking across the sky. In a majestic palace, there was an altar. On top of the altar, there were two towering stone tablets. One was black and the other was white. The white stone tablet was dotted with many green dots. From time to time, the green dots would disappear and the white dots would reappear. On the other hand, the black tablet was covered with countless white dots. The number of white dots was decreasing. Bai Jie stood in front of the stone tablet and looked at it. No one knew what he was thinking. Palm Soul, what's the situation in Clearwater City? Bai Jie asked calmly. In front of Bai Jie stood a person covered in white light. However, the light on his body was much smaller than Bai Jie's. He was the law enforcer of the Threefold Palace. He was usually in charge of monitoring the changes in soul power on the Threefold Continent. Palm Soul said respectfully, Jian Ying and Chen Feng's 4 disciples are in the desert. We don't dare to go there because Xiong Nan has merged with Hutu. The desert is his battlefield. He has temporarily sealed the entire desert to keep us outside. Human and the human race had been fighting for so many years. The 5-spirit Lord Yu Meng knew how to deal with the people from the Threefold Palace. Is Xiong Nan the only one who has merged with Spirit Lord Yu Meng? That's not what I want to see. Bai Jie shook his head slightly. There's one more thing. Mu Yu's family is in Clearwater City. Do you think we should use his family to force him to show himself? Palm Soul asked. Bai Jie touched the stone tablet and said, he can't show himself. Deadwood Evergreen's blood protection shrouding the sky is protecting him. This array is too powerful. Even I can't break it. Even if someone brings him to us, We won't be able to see him. We won't be able to get anything. Then what should we do? Should we borrow the power of Stargate to deal with Mu Yu? Should we let the people from Stargate force the complete soul array out of Mu Yu? Palm Soul suggested. Stargate. Stargate can't handle the heavy responsibility. I think Heaven Awaits Me has already died in Mu Yu's hands. He could not let any cultivator know about the soul array, not even the Stargate. We are not in a hurry to deal with Mu Yu. Right now, he needs to revive Deadwood Evergreen. Once he revives Deadwood Evergreen, his life will return to Deadwood Evergreen. Then, the blood protection heaven-shrouding formation that Deadwood Evergreen used his life to create will disappear. That will be the time for us to strike, Baijie said. Palm Soul asked hesitantly, but Deadwood Evergreen is a very difficult person to deal with. Do you really want to revive him? If we can kill Deadwood Evergreen once, we can kill him a second time. Moreover, Sword Shadow Chenfeng and Evil Shadow Immortal are both here as guests. Baijie smiled. His gaze was like a bolt of lightning that flashed across the sky. Faint ripples appeared in the air. Then, the ripples slowly transformed into a huge barrier. The barrier flowed with a white brilliance. There was also a red light within the barrier. The red light and the white light were fighting against each other. From time to time, there would be violent collisions. The red light was surrounded by the white light and was unable to break free. There were two figures sitting cross-legged inside the barrier. They were Feng Haochen and Evil Shadow Immortal. Baijie, you know that the first thing I will do after I break free is to kill you, right? Evil Shadow Immortal lazily leaned against the corner of the barrier. His eyes flashed with an evil light. Baijie said indifferently, Evil Shadow Immortal, you still won't give up. I don't believe you. Mother *Ker, if you didn't trick me, I would have already pressed you to the ground, Evil Shadow Immortal cursed. You know that my target is not you, but Sword Shadow Chenfeng. Baijie looked at Feng Haochen who was resting with his eyes closed. Feng Haochen always had a calm expression. Even when he was in a difficult situation, his expression didn't change. When Baijie was talking, he didn't even open his eyes. What? You don't like my undying body? Evil Shadow Immortal raised his eyebrows. Your undying body's evil aura is too strong. Only Sword Shadow Chenfeng can catch my eye. After all, Sword Shadow Chenfeng is a true god of the third layer of the continent. His image is deeply engraved in the hearts of the self-cultivators. Using his body can make self-cultivators more determined to fight human, Baijie said with a faint smile. Evil Shadow Immortal coldly snorted, with me here, don't even think about touching a single hair of my great saint. How long can you resist in my barrier? I have plenty of time to waste with you. As for how long you can last, I'm very doubtful. Baijie waved his hand. Ripples flashed and the barrier disappeared. Inside the barrier, Evil Shadow Immortal cursed a bunch of ugly words. He was practically cursing Baijie's 108th generation ancestor. After scolding for a long time, he felt a little tired and stopped. He looked at Feng Haochen and said with dissatisfaction, my great sage, we've been captured and you're still so relaxed. Say something. Feng Haochen opened his eyes and faintly smiled. Didn't you hear what Baijie said? His target is only me. Fuck. I've really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I actually wanted to save you. I'm so angry. If it wasn't for that bastard Baijie's trick, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. You, on the other hand, are always so calm and unhurried. Just looking at you annoys me. Evil Shadow Immortal gritted his teeth. Baijie had set up a trap. Even Evil Shadow Immortal, who had an exceedingly high cultivation, had fallen for it. Baijie had taken control of the Immortal Confining Prison, causing the entire Immortal Confining Prison to be in Baijie's hands. This was also the reason why Feng Haochen was unable to fight against Baijie. However, Evil Shadow Immortal was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Even though he had fallen for the trap, he still relied on his strange evil power to resist Baijie's soul power. However, being trapped in Baijie's territory, it was very difficult for Evil Shadow Immortal to gain any advantage. You could have chosen to escape by yourself. When your evil power is used up, it will be too late. Feng Haochen said helplessly. Shut up. I won't let you die. Back then, I said that I would definitely drag you into my hell on earth and let those women of mine accompany you for once. Being able to make the great sage fall for me has always been my life's goal. Before I do that, you can't die. Evil Shadow Immortal chuckled. A strange evil aura rose from his body to resist the soul power's invasion. However, his aura weakened again. Even he didn't know how much longer he could last. Feng Haochen remained silent. How could he not know that this was just an excuse for Evil Shadow Immortal? Feng Haochen was several hundred years older than Evil Shadow Immortal. When Evil Shadow Immortal was very young, he had saved Evil Shadow Immortal's life and guided him onto the path of cultivation. Although Feng Haochen didn't want to see Evil Shadow Immortal's path in the end, killing him depended on his mood. However, Feng Haochen didn't eliminate Evil Shadow Immortal because of this. This was because he had always believed that the evil path was also a true path. Evil Shadow Immortal never did things based on principles. However, he remembered this favor for thousands of years. Some favors couldn't be repaid in a lifetime. There was an endless expanse of yellow sand. The sun was still scorching the desert, as if it was going to burn the entire land. Clearwater City was originally an unremarkable small city. However, because of Sikong Chiwen's sudden rise, it became famous. However, because of Sikong Chiwen, the entire cultivation world was no longer peaceful. The battle that had caused an uproar had finally come to an end, but who would have thought that the real battle had only just begun? Mu Yu walked slowly in the desert. He was in a terrible mood. Because of the differences between his fellow disciples and because of his master's accident, he couldn't calm down. He looked at Clearwater City in the distance, which was like a sleeping dragon. His heart was filled with melancholy. That was his home. However, he knew that he couldn't stay at home forever. The scorching sun was scorching, and the hot wind was blowing. At this moment, two figures appeared on the sand dune in front of Mu Yu. They seemed to have been waiting for Mu Yu. It seems that we all underestimated this extreme immortal competition, didn't we? Bai Yetian said from the sand dune in front of him. Beside him stood the woman in blue. She was like a blue lotus flower in the vast yellow sand. She was unique, elegant, and lovely. Mu Yu raised his head and glanced at Bai Yetian. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued walking toward Clearwater City. He had no interest in getting involved with the so-called Shadowless clan. Even though he knew that the Shadowless clan and the Silhouette Being organization were sworn enemies, so what? He had already killed Shadow Killer Qing Ming. He didn't need the Shadowless clan's help. We thought that you would be killed by Shadow Killer Qing Ming. However, it seems that your ability is beyond our imagination. The disciples of Shadow Sword and Dust Wind are indeed amazing. Especially your senior brother Xiong Nan. I didn't expect him to control self-cultivators, Bai Yetian continued. Mu Yu stopped and frowned. How do you know about this? All the self-cultivators in the entire desert were turned into sand sculptures by Xiong Nan. However, Bai Yetian, who was only at the divinity separating stage, escaped this disaster and even knew about Xiong Nan. Was the Shadowless clan really that powerful? I know that you want to fight against the people of the Sanchong Palace. I think we should be on the same side, Bai Yetian said with a smile. Mu Yu turned around and stared at Bai Yetian. The Sanchong Palace controls all the self-cultivators in the world of self-cultivators. Isn't the Shadowless clan going against the Silhouette Being organization? How can you say that you're going against the Sanchong Palace? Bai Yetian showed a mysterious expression. The Silhouette Being organization is in the killing business. Countless self-cultivators have died in their hands. Who do you think is the biggest beneficiary behind this? Mu Yu was slightly stunned. After a long silence, Mu Yu said, Is the Silhouette Being organization a chess piece controlled by the Sanchong Palace? After the self-cultivators died, they could be turned into soul power and collected by the Sanchong Palace through special means. Obviously, the Sanchong Palace was happy to see what the Silhouette Being organization was doing. Yes, the Sanchong Palace is behind the Silhouette Being organization. We are going against the Silhouette Being organization to fight against the Sanchong Palace. Our purpose is the same as yours, the woman in blue beside Bai Yetian replied. After a while, the woman in blue realized that she was a little rude because she didn't really know Muyu, so she continued, "My name is Bai Yechan. Why are you going against the Sanchong Palace?" Muyu asked. We all know the true face of the Sanchong Palace, don't we? We, the Shadowless clan, don't want to be a tool of the Sanchong Palace, so we want to fight back. We're here because we hope that you can cooperate with the Shadowless clan. Bai Yutian briefly explained his purpose. Muyu stared at Bai Yetian's eyes, and Bai Yetian also looked at Muyu calmly without flinching. Why are you looking for me? Because you are the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng. This answer didn't satisfy Muyu. I don't like to cooperate with others. Muyu shook his head and turned to leave. Bai Yetian didn't stop him. Instead, he said, "It's hard to be alone. We'll be waiting for you. We know more about the Threefold Palace than you can imagine. You know nothing about it, so I hope you can consider it in the future." Muyu didn't respond to him. Instead, he continued to walk toward Clearwater City. He didn't want to cooperate with a Shadowless clan with an unknown background. The Sanchong Palace was like a mountain, so how could the Shadowless clan go against the Sanchong Palace? What Muyu wanted to do the most now was to increase his cultivation and find a way to open the Nine Heavens Sealing Demon formation so that he could use Blink of Life and Death to revive Deadwood Daddy. Deadwood Daddy at least knew Bai Jie, so he might know how to deal with Bai Jie. Chapter 557. At this moment, Clearwater City was bustling with activity again. There were all kinds of people on the streets. Many of them were whispering to each other, discussing the great battle between the Supreme Immortals. Standing in the middle of the street, Muyu was at a loss as he looked at these self-cultivators. More and more self-cultivators entered the desert and mingled with the self-cultivators in Clearwater City. The out-of-body stage old daoist, the elegant nascent soul stage young man, and the graceful and beautiful woman. Were they all self-cultivators with demonic souls dominating their consciousness? Muyu didn't know. He couldn't tell. It was just like Sikong Chiwen back then. They had concealed everything perfectly, not revealing any flaws. The cultivation world had started to change. Muyu returned to the Mu residence and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was safe. Master Lu recounted what had happened. They had rushed back to Clearwater City and encountered sand tornadoes on the way. However, the sand tornadoes had let them go and attacked other self-cultivators instead. Xiong Nan had never intended to hurt Mu Yu's family. Seeing that Mu Yu had returned safely, the people of the Mu clan finally felt relieved. Mu Qingfan's recovery also made the Mu family very excited. Mu Tianhe was very happy that his two closest grandsons were fine. However, he soon realized that something was wrong with Mu Yu. He was not as happy as the others. Instead, he seemed to have a lot on his mind. Mu Yu, Qingfan's recovery must have something to do with you, right? Mu Tianhe walked over and patted Mu Yu's shoulder. I was the one who asked senior brother for help. Mu Yu sighed. Xiong Nan had controlled Sikong Chiwen, who was only in the Jindan period, to rise up and become a dark horse on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. This would attract more people to Clearwater City and realize his plan. However, Sikong Chiwen had done it on his own accord. It had nothing to do with Xiong Nan. Your senior brother? Mu Yu was astonished. Like everyone else in the cultivation world, he had never heard that the true God had taken in other disciples besides Mu Yu. Grandpa, I want to be alone. Mu Yu walked into the small courtyard alone and sat under the tree in the courtyard in a daze. This time, Little Shuai and Long Ting were lying on the side quietly. The two of them had become the focus of this battle and were talked about enthusiastically by all the self-cultivators. After all, a dragon and a small beast were able to stall Sikong Chiwen, who was in the spirit-severing stage. Mu Yu thought of his own master. Now that his master had fallen into Bai Jie's hands, he would have to face the cruelest situation in the future, which was to point his sword at his master. He didn't know what he could do because he was too weak. He was only at the spirit-severing stage. He couldn't do anything in front of the three palaces. Maybe Seongnan is right, Mu Yu thought to himself. After Seongnan merged with Hutu, his strength increased greatly. Among the four martial brothers, only Seongnan had the ability to go against the three palaces. This time, Seongnan controlled about 100,000 self-cultivators. These self-cultivators came from all over the three continents. These self-cultivators would become a stumbling block for the three palaces in the future and ruin their plans. Mu Yu didn't support Seongnan's actions, but Chengyang and Luo Shong didn't support Mu Yu's actions either. There was a gap between the martial brothers that couldn't be resolved. Now, there were countless people in Clearwater City under Seongnan's control. These people would secretly protect the Mu family. The entire Clearwater City belonged to the Mu family in some sense. It was impossible for anyone to have any ideas about the Mu family. Mu Yu had already resolved the Mu family's worries, but there were still many things he wanted to do. The sudden rise of Sikong Chiwon had a secret that was very attractive to the self-cultivators. Everyone wanted to dig out his secret. The disciples of the 8 sects even joined forces to help Tien Bushui fight against Sikong Chiwon. They wanted to know the secret behind Sikong Chiwon's sudden rise. Now, they had found it. These disciples of the 8 sects had become another Sikong Chiwon. The demon soul in Sikong Chiwon's body had already possessed someone else's body. He was now a self-cultivator from the Jindan period. Seongnan made everyone under his control announce that Mu Yu was the final winner of this competition. This news spread quickly. Soon, the entire Clearwater City knew about it. Everyone was amazed by Mu Yu's talent. He actually defeated Sikong Chiwon and Tien Bushui in one fell swoop. The most shocking news was that Sikong Chiwon had actually killed Tien Bushui. Now, Sikong Chiwon had been severely injured by Mu Yu and was unconscious. Tien Jiancheng was furious. The news of Sikong Chiwon killing Tien Bushui came from him and he had seen it with his own eyes. This was the most convincing. Tien Bushui's corpse had been destroyed by Mu Yu. However, according to Tien Jiancheng, it was Sikong Chiwon who had killed Tien Bushui. Mu Yu's name once again set off a frenzy in the self-cultivator world. Clearwater City was in an uproar. No one could explain what had happened in the desert. Many self-cultivators seemed to have lost consciousness in the past few hours. However, no one was in trouble. The only missing self-cultivator was Tien Bushui from Stargate. Of the 3 people, one was missing and one's cultivation level had plummeted. Only Mu Yu was unharmed. Needless to say, Mu Yu was the final winner. In Jubi Ying's gambling house, no one was optimistic about Mu Yu's chances. Only a few people had bet on Mu Yu. Therefore, the odds for Mu Yu were extremely high. This time, those who had bet on Mu Yu made a fortune. The happiest people were Cai Lai and Master Lu. They had won 50 million spiritual stones in one go. Mu Tianhe even said enviously that it would have been great if he had bet all his family's assets. He had bet 10,000 spiritual stones. However, he had received 500,000 in return. After deducting some fees from the gambling house, he had made some money. Mu family courtyard. You want to leave Clearwater City? Where to? Mu Tianhe asked in surprise. Mu Yu's sudden decision to leave Clearwater City shocked the Mu family, especially Mu Tianhe. He felt that he owed Mu Yu a lot and had yet to make it up to his grandson. However, Mu Yu was planning to leave Clearwater City. I don't know. I'm used to drifting. I want to travel around. Mu Yu smiled. However, there was a tinge of loneliness in his heart. This was his second home. He did not want to leave this place. However, there were many things that he had to do personally. There was nothing he could do in Clearwater City. Mu Zhexing placed his hand on Mu Yu's shoulder. With a serious expression, he asked, "Is what you're going to do very dangerous?" Mu Yu remained silent. "Be careful. If you get tired one day, come back. We'll wait for you at home." What surprised Mu Yu was that Mu Zhexing did not stop him. Instead, he patted Mu Yu's shoulder in support of Mu Yu's decision. Mu Yu looked at his biological father. Even though they did not have a deep relationship, Mu Yu still respected Mu Zhaxing. Your future lies outside of Clearwater City. I don't want to restrict you. If your mother was still around, she would think the same way, Mu Zhaxing continued. Mu Yu nodded. He felt a tinge of sadness in his heart. Zhu Xiaoqi was one of Mu Yu's regrets. But I don't want big brother Mu Yu to leave. Mu Xin ran over and hugged Mu Yu. Little Xin, be good. When you grow up and learn real skills, I'll come back and take you to the ends of the world. Okay. Mu Yu said with a smile as he caressed Mu Xin's cute face. Mu Hao looked at Mu Yu and gritted his teeth. Learn from Master Lu properly. Do you understand? If you want to protect the Mu family, you need to become a Carnate Array Master. Mu Yu rudely ruffled Mu Hao's hair. I know, Mu Hao said softly. He would follow Master Lu to the Array sect to learn array techniques. After Master Lu returned, he would also send people to protect the Mu family. Master Lu was already used to Mu Yu's departure. He knew that his sect master was not a person who knew his place. Be careful, Master Lu said with a smile. Okay. Mu Yu knew that Master Lu was a very responsible elder. He was relieved to leave Mu Hao in his care. Cai Lai did not mind. He did not know what had happened in the cultivation world. However, he had to return to the Elixir Cauldron sect. He planned to leave Clearwater City with Mu Yu. Mu Yu looked at all the members of the Mu family, including brother Mu Qingfan, whom he had just met. He smiled and left with Cai Lai. However, outside, Mu Yu met three familiar faces. Cheng Yang, Luo Shong and Shimen Wuji had been waiting for him outside the Mu residence. Mu Yu looked at his two senior brothers calmly. He knew what he wanted to do. Are you planning to leave this place? Cheng Yang looked at his junior brother with a complicated expression. He could not convince his junior brother. Luo Shong looked at Mu Yu but did not speak. He no longer looked at Mu Yu with impatience. Instead, there was an indescribable emotion mixed within. Mu Yu's words that day had shaken Luo Shong's beliefs. Senior brother, I have never forgotten Master's words. Master always told us to do things based on our hearts. When we feel that we have a clear conscience, we should do it. I did not misinterpret Master's words. I have always believed that what I did was right, Mu Yu said calmly. Mu Yu thought about it for a long time. He knew that what he wanted to do was not wrong. Undoing the 9 heavens sealing devil array, whether it was for Deadwood Daddy or his master, it would be beneficial. Cheng Yang remained silent. He kept his opinion. Be careful. We respect each other's choice. I will not interfere with you because I also have my own path to walk, Luo Shong suddenly said. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He seemed to know what he wanted to do. Cheng Yang raised his head and looked at Luo Shong. He understood that Luo Shong had already chosen his own path. Now, the 4 senior and junior brothers all had their own ideas. Since their ideas were different, they could only rely on their own abilities to act. I understand. I hope that we will not point our swords at each other in the future. You have all grown up. I do not need to worry about you. You have to take care of yourselves. Cheng Yang took a deep breath. Then he silently turned around and walked along the street. His back was bleak. He was thin but firm. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Cheng Yang still chose to walk his master's path. He would work hard to protect the cultivators. Mu Yu looked at Cheng Yan's back. He felt a pang of sadness. The senior brothers had chosen to part ways in the end. Back then, the senior brothers were very close. Now, because of their master, they had different opinions. They had embarked on different paths because of their own beliefs. No one knew what would happen to these 4 paths. Luo Shong patted Mu Yu's shoulder and walked in another direction. Shimen Wuji did not say anything. He just followed Luo Shong. Mu Yu also turned around and walked out of Clearwater City with Cai Lai. In the desert, yellow sand was raging. Xiong Nan stood in the death desert. He looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Bai Yechan and Bai Yechan floated in the yellow sand and stopped behind Xiong Nan. Name? Xiong Nan asked faintly. I am Bai Yechan. I am Bai Yechan. Why is the shadowless tribe looking for me? Xiong Nan's hand danced in the yellow sand. Chapter 558. The edge of the desert was surrounded by greenery and weeds. It was as if it was two different worlds. Mu Yu, I know you're going somewhere to cause a ruckus. It's a pity that I can't go with you. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just say the word. Cai Lai vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Mu Yu's heart moved slightly. He smiled and said, I've already helped you remove the wood dregs. The next time I see you, I hope you'll be a rank 6 alchemist. Cai Lai was Mu Yu's true friend, but there were many things that he couldn't explain to Cai Lai. Don't worry, I'm the future star of the Pill Cauldron sect. Now, even senior brother Tianyo's talent can't compare to mine. Who asked me to have a good brother like you? Cai Lai laughed. The wood dregs troubled all the alchemists. Even Tianyu was the disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect's sect master, Daoist Yundan. His talent in alchemy was second to none. Unfortunately, he had encountered a bottleneck now. Without Mu Yu's help, he was afraid that it would take many years for him to step into the spirit-severing stage. Cai Lai's figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. Mu Yu looked at the rising sun in the east and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Mu Yu, where are we going next? Xiao Shui asked curiously. I'm going to the 50-mile garden in the south. Mu Yu looked back at the vast desert and felt a sense of loss in his heart. He found his home here, but here, he also had differences with his senior and junior brothers. He wanted to return to the 50-mile garden in the south. If he didn't guess wrong, Chengyang must have brought Kong Kong and Miao Miao out from the Moyun mountain range. After his master's accident, he wouldn't be at ease to let these two children stay there alone. Mu Yu wanted to take a look at them and then left. After spending a few days, he once again stepped into the 9-mile street. The courtyard's door could not stop Mu Yu. Although Feng Haochen had set up an array formation around the courtyard, this array formation would not stop Mu Yu. The courtyard was still as familiar as ever. The Qingsong Taoist was sitting at the stone table under the tree. He had also left the Moyun Mountains and followed his daughter here. At this moment, he was regulating his breathing and cultivating. Mu Yu concealed his aura and cast an invisible illusion formation for himself. Then, he silently walked past the Qingsong Taoist and headed for the backyard. Kong Kong and Miao Miao were running around in the courtyard, laughing at each other. Their cultivation had already reached the Jindan period. None of Feng Haochen's disciples were idiots. Kong Kong and Miao Miao were mischievous every day, and their cultivation was also astonishingly fast. Elder Zun was dozing off on the recliner. Kong Kong and Miao Miao ran over and whispered into each other's ears, preparing to tie a few knots for Elder Zun's beard. Mu Yu shook his head helplessly. It was tiring for Elder Zun to take care of these two children. The two of you are not allowed to tease Elder Zun. Lan Ling walked out of the house and shouted softly, chasing the two mischievous fellows away. Qing Mai also walked out and smiled as she watched Lan Ling scold Kong Kong and Miao Miao softly. However, Kong Kong and Miao Miao had already run far away with smiles on their faces. Why aren't Chengyang and the rest back yet? Qing Mai looked at the sky and said softly, I hope they can bring Xiong Nan and Mu Yu back. Mu Yu is going to compete with them. I hope nothing happens to him. Lan Ling looked very worried. They knew what Chengyang and Luo Shong were going to do in Clearwater City. The news of Mu Yu's appearance in Clearwater City had already spread to everyone. Mu Yu looked at his senior sister and sister-in-law silently. He really wanted to tell Lan Ling that he was fine and that he had returned safely. However, when he thought about it again, could his safety really be considered as safety to his senior martial brother? At that moment, Mu Yu frowned. He suddenly realized that there was a slight movement next to the parasol tree in the corner of the courtyard. He walked over slowly and was extremely surprised. Xiong Nan was sitting on a branch of the parasol tree. The huge leaves of the parasol tree blocked his figure. He silently watched Lan Ling Kong Kong, and Miao Miao, who were running around in the courtyard. I know you're here. I just came back to take a look at them. After that, I'll leave, Seongnan said softly. Even though Mu Yu used an array formation to hide his figure, Seongnan still discovered him at a glance. Mu Yu touched the parasol tree and disappeared under it. In the blink of an eye, he was sitting on another branch of the parasol tree with his back facing Seongnan. After a long silence, Mu Yu said, "I'm in the same boat as you." Mu Yu could not agree with what Seongnan had done. However, he realized that he was not qualified to persuade him. It was just like how other people would not understand him if he wanted to undo the 9 heavens demon sealing array. They all had their own beliefs and perseverance. Perhaps they were wrong, but they did not want to admit this mistake. The 50-mile garden in the south is considered the most peaceful place in the cultivation world. Since cultivators are prohibited from fighting on the streets, nothing will happen to Lan Ling-er and the others here. Seongnan looked at Lan Ling-er's back through the leaves. There were many orchids planted in the courtyard, and Lan Ling-er was taking care of them at the moment. "Have you been to the Moyun mountain range?" Mu Yu asked. Seongnan nodded. "After the immortal confining prison was lifted, I was worried about Master, so I went back. However, I was too late. Master and Enshu have disappeared. They must have fallen into the hands of the threefold palace." However, the threefold palace is mysterious and unfathomable. I still can't find out where they are. No one knew where the threefold palace was. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably like ghosts. There was no trace of them. Mu Yu wished he could rush over and save his master, but he was so weak. He was nothing in front of a colossus like the threefold palace. Mu Yu gritted his teeth and suppressed the thought in his heart. He was afraid that when he faced the threefold palace's array guardian in the future, he would see his master's familiar face. His master was immortal. If the threefold palace's array guardian captured his master, they would definitely take away his immortal body. If that was the case, how would he deal with the threefold palace's array guardian? "What are you going to do next?" I saw the method to undo the 9 heavens demon sealing array in Hutu's memories. Only by killing can the balance of the 9 heavens demon sealing array be broken. "Do you want to kill someone?" asked Seongnan. Killing was also the method that Gomang had told Mu Yu. Mu Yu's hand gently brushed the leaves of the wutong tree. The wutong tree swayed in the wind in joy. It calmed Mu Yu's restless heart. "I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to find a place to raise my cultivation and undo the 9 heavens demon sealing array to save Deadwood Daddy." Deadwood Daddy is also one of the array guardians of the immortal confinement prison. He might know something about the threefold palace. Mu Yu calmly said. He didn't know when it started, but he no longer felt repulsed by killing. He even liked the feeling of killing. Especially when he killed Tien Buy, he even wanted to kill more people to satisfy the murderous intent in his heart. The death energy of the netherworld grass affected him, giving him a new understanding of life. However, he restrained himself and didn't want to become the reaper of life. He forced himself to hate killing. The only way to undo the 9 heavens demon sealing array is to kill, isn't it? Seongnan frowned. Mu Yu shook his head and said, "Killing is not the only way. I have learned array techniques. I have learned how to undo the 9 heavens demon sealing array, but my cultivation is not enough. There are many people in the cultivation world who don't deserve to live. Their lives are meaningless. For example, the people of the Stargate, the Gate of Hell, the Gate of Life and Death, and the people of the Silhouette Being. You don't need to feel guilty for killing them because they all deserve to die." Seongnan's voice was very calm. It was so calm that Mu Yu found it strange. The honest Seongnan would never say something like this. Mu Yu fell into silence again. The people that Seongnan had mentioned truly deserved to die. They didn't respect the lives of others and used all sorts of methods to kill others. They were indirectly creating soul power for the threefold palace so that it would become stronger. They were aiding the Avilders and did not deserve to live. Every time someone dies on the threefold continent, the power of the threefold palace increases. That's why I rarely kill people. But Hutu told me that the death chi in your body can devour everything, including soul power. Killing people won't bring any power to the threefold palace. You are the real god of death. The people you kill are the most meaningful. Xiong Nan said. Are you encouraging me to kill people? Mu Yu frowned. Xiong Nan said, do you really think I want cultivators to die? I just want you to know that some people will die. Dying in your hands is different from dying in the hands of others. The threefold palace will start a war between the human and the human race. At that time, a large number of lives will die, and the soul power produced will be unprecedentedly huge. Once the war starts, the threefold palace will be at its strongest. So all I can do is to control more cultivators and not let them die. Xiong Nan paused and continued, Cheng Yang has never liked to kill people. He has been with his master since he was a child and has been subtly influenced by his master's easygoing personality. Luo Shong is the most violent. He is the one who likes to kill the most. But because his master didn't like to kill people, he respected his master and changed his personality. I also hate killing people, especially when I know what a person's family will go through after they are killed. Xiong Nan said with a repressed emotion, but I know that many things can't be avoided just because you hate them. This is the only way I can fight against the threefold palace. I don't want the people under my control to die. I want them to avoid dying, but after they are possessed by the demon soul, they will be left with indelible wounds, right? Mu Yu asked. The ability of dominating consciousness was more than enough to control the consciousness of a cultivator, but it had a shortcoming, which was that it could not allow the cultivator to naturally integrate into their own lives after being controlled. The controlled person would only carry out orders like a puppet and would not have their own emotions. This problem could be avoided by merging the demon soul's consciousness with a human's consciousness. However, merging the demon soul's consciousness with a human's consciousness would cause serious harm to the cultivator. Xiong Nan was silent. Then he said softly, this is a war. It concerns the human race and human. It concerns the hatred between us and the threefold palace. It also concerns the fate of the human race. They blindly believe in the threefold palace. We can't wake them up. Only by destroying the threefold palace can the human race have a future. War is always accompanied by sacrifices. Without the souls of 100,000 cultivators, the threefold palace will lose a part of its power. Mu Yu sighed silently. He realized that Xiong Nan was right, but he also felt that he was wrong. He couldn't refute Xiong Nan's point of view. Xiong Nan's plan also involved sacrificing the consciousness of 100,000 cultivators. It was quite cruel. The wind gently swayed the sycamore tree. Its huge leaves fluttered and fell all over the small courtyard. Elder Zun had woken up at some point. He helplessly smoothed his beard, which had been tangled by Kong Kong and Meow Meow. Seeing the fallen sycamore leaves in the courtyard, he picked up a broom and began to clean up the fallen leaves. Half of the fallen leaves in the courtyard were swept under the sycamore tree. Elder Zun wiped his sweat and realized that he hadn't finished sweeping half of the fallen leaves. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked at the top of the sycamore tree. However, there was nothing there. Strange. I clearly felt the presence of an array pattern just now. Elder Zun walked around the sycamore tree in confusion. However, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. When he picked up the broom and wanted to sweep the remaining half of the fallen leaves in the courtyard, he was shocked to find that all the fallen leaves were spinning and floating towards the sycamore tree as if they had a mind of their own. This. Elder Zun opened his mouth wide. He didn't understand what was happening. There was no one else in the courtyard besides him. How did the fallen sycamore leaves come over? Chapter 559. The only connection between the Moyun mountain range and the three continents was the 100,000 mountain range, where demon beasts roamed freely. High-level demon beasts lived here all year round, and most of them were fourth-level demon beasts. Nascent soul stage cultivators could successfully cross over. The depths of the 100,000 mountain range was where countless high-level demon beasts gathered. There were 6th and 7th level demon beasts here, and it had been a long time since a cultivator set foot here. But recently, the high-level demon beasts' gathering place was no longer peaceful. Many powerful demon beasts had no choice but to be cautious. Because there were 3 uninvited guests here. Boom. A 10-meter-long 6th-level twin-headed crocodile lizard was ruthlessly smashed into the ground, smashing a hard granite and creating a large hole in the ground. Black blood slowly flowed on the ground, soaking a large area of soil. This one is braised. This one is braised. The twin-headed crocodile lizard has a bitter taste when braised. It's better to steam it. Behind the twin-headed crocodile lizard's corpse, Little Shuai and Long Ting were skinning it. Little Shuai was desperately drilling into the twin-headed crocodile lizard's stomach, trying to find the demon spirit. Don't look for it, it's with me. Mu Yu held the fist-sized demon spirit and tossed it in his hand. A bloodthirsty coldness flashed through his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. If the twin-headed crocodile lizard's demon spirit is cooked with the blood of a winged sparrow, it will taste like roast duck. Little Shuai jumped over and snatched the demon spirit from Mu Yu's hand. Then, he dragged out a meter-long winged sparrow from the grass. Sharp blades as thin as cicada's wings popped out of his little claws, and he began to cook for himself. Mu Yu sat cross-legged on a rock and began to cultivate his dustfall mantra. It had been a year since he left Clearwater City. In this year, he did not show his face in the cultivation world. Instead, he chose to cultivate in the Moyun mountain range, where demon beasts ran rampant. Now, Jian Ying and Chen Feng's 4 disciples had their own paths to walk. Cultivation was the prerequisite for them to realize their beliefs. The immortal confinement prison in the Moyun mountain range had long been removed, and the spiritual energy in the 100,000 mountain range had begun to recover. The spiritual qi of the 3 continents was gradually transferred to the Moyun mountain range. This process was very slow, and Mu Yu felt that it would take a long time for the Moyun mountain range spiritual qi to become less barren. However, he was in the periphery of the Moyun mountain range, close to the 3rd continent, so the spirit qi here was enough to support his cultivation. Mu Yu had once returned to Luochen Mountain, but Luochen Mountain had long been deserted. There was no news of his master, and Anshu was nowhere to be found. He knew that he was very weak, so he could only continue to cultivate, wanting to raise his cultivation. When he reached the spirit severing stage, the increase in his cultivation also began to slow down. In the past year, he had only reached the 7th layer of the spirit severing stage. He continued to cultivate, and did not slack off for even a moment, because there were many things waiting for him to solve, and he could not afford to slack off. For the past year, he had been fighting with demonic beasts, and the demonic beasts he had killed were all much stronger than him. For some reason, he inexplicably liked the feeling of hunting demonic beasts. Every time he killed a demonic beast, he would always feel inexplicably carefree in his heart. The feeling of depriving life made him fascinated. Every time a demonic beast died in his hands, the death aura on Mu Ling's body would become more abundant, and the life aura would become less and less. Mu Ling had completely absorbed the death aura of the underworld grass, and the ugly holes on the sword body were also occupied by the black aura. It no longer felt exuberant, and could no longer provide any life force to Mu Yu. Big earthworm, bring the pot over. I'll braise its thigh. Little Shuai was very busy. He would do anything to eat it. Before this guy came to the Moyun mountain range, he had brought the book Demonic Beast Nutrition and Diet Encyclopedia, which recorded all kinds of demonic beasts that could eat and how to make the best food. This book was simply Little Shuai's favorite. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he would flip through its recipes, and just looking at it made him drool. Every time he wanted to kill a demonic beast for his meal, it was decided by him. Mu Yu only followed his request to deal with the high-level demonic beasts. He was too lazy to deal with the rest of the low-level demonic beasts, and Little Shuai and Dragon Ting would deal with them themselves. It had to be said that the ability of a foodie was terrifying. In order to be able to eat delicious food, Little Shuai had already thrown caution to the wind, and memorized the entire thick recipe book. He could use the blood of various demonic beasts, grind their bones into powder, pickle their hearts, and some other messy methods to make seasoning. Mu Yu often gave him some vegetable oil, and let him do it himself. The recipe says that if you compress the thigh meat of the dual-headed crocodile lizard to the extreme, the meat will be more chewy, Little Shuai dragged the thigh of the dual-headed crocodile lizard over. This thigh was 7 or 8 times bigger than its head, but in its hands, it was not strenuous at all. Compress. Use spiritual power? Dragon Ting asked while swinging its tail. Yes, use spiritual power, but I can use spiritual power. The more compressed it is, the more delicious it will be. Then I feel that I can compress this thigh meat until its own mother won't be able to recognize it, Little Shuai said while rubbing its palms. Mu Yu laughed. Little Shuai sometimes spoke very straightforwardly. Little Shuai's hands began to surge with white spiritual power, and under its control, the spiritual power completely wrapped around the thigh of the dual-headed crocodile lizard. The spiritual power continued to shrink, and the whole thigh was slowly compressed. The gas in the flesh was unceremoniously squeezed out by Little Shuai. Little Shuai was very adept at controlling spiritual power, and there was nothing in the world more familiar with spiritual power than it. In order to achieve an even more delicious taste, it pressed harder and harder. Is it enough? If you continue to compress it, it won't feel like meat anymore. Dragon Teng reminded. Little Shuai pressed for a moment before letting go. The thigh that was originally several times bigger than itself had been squashed to about the same size as its head. It said excitedly, "The recipe says that you can compress the meat until it's red. Now that I've pressed it until it's purple, it will definitely be more delicious. I just need to brush it with hot water." Little Shuai withdrew its spiritual power. The thigh meat of the dual-headed crocodile lizard did not swell up, but the smell of blood became stronger and stronger. Little Shuai set up a large pot, and the water inside was already boiling. Without hesitation, it put the compressed thigh meat into it. Boom! An explosion suddenly came from Little Shuai's pot, and the boiling water suddenly splashed everywhere. The entire iron pot was blown apart, and a large hole was blown into the ground. Little Shuai was the closest to the pot, and its whole body had been blown away by the powerful explosion, landing in the grass in the distance. Damn, little mouse, what exploded? Dragon Ting puffed up its cheeks and blew on its scalded tail. Although its skin was very thick, it was still very uncomfortable to be scalded, and it was very angry because of this. What's wrong? Little Shuai asked you to make a meal, and you blew up the pot again. We only have 2 pots left. Mu Yu hurriedly ran over and picked up Xiao Shuai, who was dizzy from the explosion, from the grass. Little Shuai's whole body was scalding hot. Mu Yu wrapped his hand with spiritual power, isolating it from the scalding hot water. He shook Little Shuai, and only then did it come back to its senses. It immediately scolded, "What's going on? Why did the dual-headed crocodile lizard's thigh explode? I wanted to ask you the same thing. Did you compress its thigh to the point that its mother wouldn't recognize it, or did you blow up the pot to the point that its mother wouldn't recognize it?" Mu Yu asked helplessly. How would I know? Little Shuai's skin was thick, and it was not afraid of being scalded by the boiling water. It ran over and picked up the torn thigh of the dual-headed crocodile lizard. After carefully examining it, it revealed a bitter face. Really, I forgot that after the dual-headed crocodile lizard dies, its whole body still has demonic power. After the demonic power is compressed, it will suddenly explode when it encounters an external stimulus. Are you stupid? Every time I shoot out my dragon breath, I gather all the spiritual power in my body, compress it, and then shoot it out. After the spiritual power is compressed and then shot out, how can its power be underestimated? Dragon Vine swung its tail, and became lively again. After the spiritual power is compressed and then shot out? Mu Yu was slightly surprised. He looked at the crater caused by the explosion of the dual-headed crocodile lizard's thigh. He didn't expect that even though the dual-headed crocodile lizard was already dead, its remaining demonic power could still be so destructive after being compressed. If he could also use an array to compress the spiritual power, then it would definitely be comparable to the damage of an exploding Dan. Little Shuai, do you think we can create an array to compress the spiritual power and then shoot it out? Mu Yu knew how to use an array to compress things, but because the compression speed was very slow, it was generally not used like this. That won't work. Unless you have an organ like a big earthworm that farts from its mouth, otherwise, You won't be able to compress spiritual power. Little Shuai shook its body, and the water droplets on its body were completely shaken off. Little mouse, are you looking for a beating? What do you mean by an organ that farts from its mouth? That's called dragon spirit. Longting said proudly. When Longting fought with people, every time it spat out a powerful dragon breath from its mouth, the dragon breath relied on a special organ in its body, so it could easily compress spiritual power. However, the array itself was also formed by spiritual power, so it was unrealistic to use the array to compress spiritual power. Not compressing spiritual power, how about we compress thunder and lightning, what do you think? Mu Yu remembered Xiao Shuai's favorite mysterious heavenly thunder fall swordsmanship. The thunder and lightning created by the swordsmanship was the thunder and lightning stripped from the air. It was a real existence, not an illusion created by spiritual power. Little Shuai's eyes lit up. In theory, it should be possible. Let's try it. I'll summon the thunder and lightning. Mu Yu, you try to use the array to compress the thunder and lightning. I say, are you guys still cooking or not? Can't you try it after eating? Longton yawned. Big earthworm, why are you always thinking about eating? Can't you do anything other than eat? Little Shuai said righteously. Longting rolled its eyes. It was usually Longting who lectured Little Shuai, but Little Shuai didn't blush at all when he said it himself. Mu Yu and Little Shuai were very motivated. They had been researching all kinds of strange array techniques for the past year. Usually, they couldn't wait to experiment with any good ideas they came up with. This included combining all kinds of poisons and array techniques, as well as all kinds of colorless and tasteless traps. Deadwood Daddy was already used to these things, and Mu Yu was just innovating on the original foundation. Mu Yu was working so hard to research all kinds of array techniques mainly to make himself stronger. Array formations were his strongest trump card. However, many of the array formations were used for protection or defense. Most of the array formations were offensive array formations that Mu Yu didn't care about. So far, Mu Yu and Little Shuai had experimented with all kinds of array techniques. Many array techniques weren't as practical for Mu Yu as the 9 heavenly sword guides, so he had always wanted to apply other array techniques to the 9 heavenly sword guides. Just like when he used the shadow sword to cause the core to explode in the unification stage, the sword intent of the shadow sword cut off the life force he consumed. The green wind heart linking array appeared under Mu Yu's feet and enveloped Little Shuai. Blue electric sparks suddenly surged from Little Shuai's body, making all its hair stand on end. It put one hand on its waist and pointed to the sky with the other. The blue sword soared into the sky with its little hand as the sword hilt. The blue sword chi streaked through the air and was firmly restrained by Mu Yu. Countless black and white inscriptions surged from his hand. These inscriptions instantly merged with the blue sword chi and compressed it. The blue sword that was originally 3 feet long was forcibly compressed to 3 feet under the pressure of Mu Yu's inscriptions. The entire sword was like a sparkling and translucent blue crystal, gorgeous and colorful. Mu Yu carefully withdrew his spiritual power. At the same time, he was ready to run at any time because he had just experienced the power of the explosion when the demonic power was compressed. However, when Mu Yu withdrew his spiritual power, the blue crystal-like sword shadow suddenly shattered. It didn't explode as expected, but directly turned into blue fragments and dissipated in the air. It didn't succeed. What went wrong? Mu Yu looked at the disappearing sword shadow in confusion. Dragon Vine shook its head and said, "You can't do this. Usually, when I compress my spiritual power, it is very violent. It is always surging, so it is very easy to explode with great power. But after you turn the lightning into a sword shadow, it is equivalent to the lightning forming a stable sword. Even if a stable sword is compressed, there is no violent spiritual power flowing in its body, so it will not explode instantly." Mu Yu realized that Dragon Vine's words made sense. When the spiritual power was violent, it was the most powerful. However, Mu Yu used the formation pattern to compress the blue sword shadow, stabilizing the violent spiritual power, so it really couldn't explode. That is to say, when the heavenly lightning sword is cut into pieces, it will become unstable in an instant. I just need to seize the moment when the sword becomes violent and compress the broken sword shadow, right? Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. But the lightning sword I created is so powerful and domineering. It would be bad if it was destroyed. Little Shuai muttered unhappily. TSK. Forget about it. How can your lightning be as masculine as my dragon vine howls the sky? Dragon vine curled its lips. Both of them felt that their swordsmanship was great, and neither of them was convinced of the other's superiority. Then Dragon Vine, come and break Little Shuai's lightning sword. Let's try again. Mu Yu said. Dragon Vine glanced at Little Shuai. The little mouse will definitely not let me break its sword. Little Shuai, lower the lightning sword's aura, understand? Mu Yu said helplessly. Chapter 560. The blue greatsword once again soared into the sky from Little Commander's hand. Lightning was drawn over from the sky and flashed from time to time. The dragon vine also landed in the wind heart-linking array. The shadow swords appeared and performed the fifth move of the 9 heaven sword guides. The monstrous sword intent transformed into a mighty and domineering dragon which was swallowed by the dragon vine. The dragon vine's entire body also emitted a sharp sword aura. Little rat, die. The dragon vine laughed loudly. A dragon's breath was spat out from its mouth. It instantly transformed into 4 swords and slashed towards Little Commander's thunder sword. Hiss. Little Commander's thunder sword was instantly split into 5 sections by the dragon vine. Every section of the sword rolled out. The violent power of lightning was surging and was about to collapse and dissipate. However, the array pattern in Mu Yu's hand had already moved forward. Black and white inscriptions floated out and instantly enveloped the 5 sections of the sword. The powerful array pattern kept squeezing the 5 balls of lightning. The lightning was being compressed and wanted to struggle out. Unfortunately, it was unable to rush out of the array pattern's encirclement. The 5 balls of lightning in Mu Yu's hand had already been compressed to the size of a pea. His entire body was emitting a terrifying tearing force as it trembled slightly. Is it done? Quickly give me one, Little Commander shouted. Why should I give it to you? Don't tell me you want to eat this too? The dragon vine asked. Mu Yu's forehead was sweating. He realized that it was getting more and more strenuous for him to control the 5 balls of lightning. The array pattern seemed to be unable to suppress them any longer. Without hesitation, he threw one of the balls of lightning towards Little Commander. Little Commander, catch! Little Commander excitedly rushed over and hugged the ball of lightning. He revealed a malicious smile. I'm not going to eat this. I'm going to use it to electrocute the big earthworm. F***ck. Little rat, you are abusing your position to take revenge. The dragon vine shouted angrily and turned to escape. No matter what it was afraid of the baptism of lightning. Being electrocuted was no joke. However, before Little Commander could throw it out, the ball of lightning in his hand suddenly broke free from the array pattern and exploded in Little Commander's hand. F***ck. Little Handsome let out a blood-curdling scream, and a blue explosion spread out with Little Handsome as the center. Terrifying electric sparks burst out in all directions, destroying all the surrounding trees and creating a 50-meter deep crater in the ground. Bang! A black shadow fell straight into the pit from the air, and there was no movement for a long time. The array pattern in Mu Yu's hand could no longer be maintained. The lightning explosion in Xiao Shuai's hand was like a fuse, causing the lightning power in his hand to explode as well. Fortunately, he had the teleportation ability of the Big Dipper constellation formation. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped far away. However, because the explosion was too close to Xiao Shuai, the 4 lightning bolts exploded above Xiao Shuai and struck Xiao Shuai again. Mu Yu, I'll kill you. Xiao Shuai's pitiful voice came from the bottom of the crater. After the explosion, it flew out of the crater in a daze. Its fur was charred black from the electricity, and only a pair of blue eyes could be seen moving in a daze. Mu Yu was a little embarrassed as he ran far away to fetch a basin of water with a piece of wood. I suppressed it too much. I also thought that the longer it was suppressed, the more powerful it would be. Of course, nothing would happen to Little Commander. When it first hatched, the lightning it encountered was even worse than this. Moo Yu grabbed Little Commander's tail and threw it directly into the water to rinse it. Long Ting was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. Haha. Little mouse, this will be called 5-blow thunderstruck from now on. Dragon Ting rolled on the ground laughing. Little Commander swayed its body and suddenly pounced on Dragon Ting, biting Dragon Ting. F***CK. It was Moo Yu who blasted you. Why did you bite me? Dragon Ting cried out in pain. Little Commander's teeth were sharp, and it was really painful to be bitten by him. Yes, and Moo Yu. Little Commander pounced on Moo Yu again and bit Moo Yu's finger. I really didn't do it on purpose. Moo Yu couldn't stand the pain and quickly shook his hand. This fellow ate every day, and there was nothing that it couldn't bite. Its teeth were really no joke. After shaking for a long time, it finally shook Little Commander off. Let's try again. This time, I promise I won't suppress it too much. I'll try my best to make sure it's within the range that I can bear. Okay. Moo Yu said helplessly. Little Commander cursed for a long time, cursing all kinds of weird profanities. In the end, it realized that it was hungry. It snorted fiercely and went to cook. Big Earthworm, there are no more bamboo shoots. Go find some. I want someone younger, not too old. Little Shuai shouted. Can't we just get Moo Yu to make one with Moo Ling? Dragon Ting occasionally tasted Little Commander's cooking. It really had to say that Little Commander's talent in cooking was top-notch. Little Commander's cooking skills were recognized by Dragon Ting. Moo Yu felt that it was a pity that he didn't let Little Commander learn how to cook when they were at Luo Chen Mountain. If Little Commander had learned how to cook, they wouldn't have to eat and choose painful dishes every day. No, the vegetables made with Moo Ling aren't tasty. They're cold, lifeless, and tasteless. Little Commander had already used his spiritual energy to ignite the pill fire stone. The pill fire stone emitted flames, and he used his spiritual energy to float the iron pot on top of the flames. Dragon Ting shook its head and reluctantly went into the forest. The dragon vine was a plant, and it had an affinity with other plants, so it was not a problem for it to find a vegetable. Moo Yu thought that he must find a chance to perfect this formation next time, provided that Little Commander was willing to cooperate. Now that he had completely mastered the Luo Chen mantra, he could now split the Shadow Sword into 9 swords. Combined with the Sky Sword 9 guiding formation, he felt that he could even fight against people in the 9th layer of the Spirit Severing stage. But the Triple Palace was still like a mountain pressing down on his heart, so he couldn't slack off. The jade pendant in Moo Yu's hand flickered gently. He poured his spiritual energy into the jade pendant and found Deadwood Daddy in the spirit anchoring formation. The crack on Deadwood Daddy's chest was still shocking. Moo Yu still hadn't found any way to repair Deadwood Daddy's soul. He often stared at Deadwood Daddy's soul in a daze, and he always felt powerless. He couldn't save Deadwood Daddy when something happened to him, and he couldn't help his master when something happened to him. The 2 people he respected the most had become like this because of the Triple Palace, and he didn't know how to solve it. He didn't know what had happened in the Triple Continent in the past year, and he didn't want to ask how many self-cultivators Xiong Nan had controlled. He didn't know who had become a dark horse on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard and who had taken first place. He just wanted to quietly improve his cultivation, unlock the 9th Heaven Sealing Demon formation, resurrect Deadwood Daddy, take revenge on the Triple Palace, and find a way to save his master. That was all. Why hasn't the big earthworm come back yet? I remember there's a bamboo forest 3 miles away from here. Is it so troublesome to find a bamboo shoot? Xiao Shuai was holding a large spoon that was even longer than his entire body in midair, stirring the soup non-stop. At this moment, a fragrant smell came from the pot. Little Commander had sprinkled a lot of salt. The salt was extracted from the blood of the short-horned hippopotamus in the salty wetland, so it was full of everything. Moo Yu also felt a little strange. An hour had passed, and Little Commander's braised crocodile was already out of the pot. The bamboo shoot was supposed to be a side dish to make the dish taste better, but the dragon vine hadn't come back yet, so it didn't need to be a side dish. Did something happen to it? Muyu frowned. The dragon vine was usually lazy. It wagged its tail when something happened, took a nap when nothing happened, and quarreled with Little Commander when it was bored. Even if it was asked to go out to find vegetables, it would be quick, but it seemed to be a little slow today. It shouldn't be, right? The big earthworm's fake power can intimidate many monsters. Nothing will happen. Little Commander wagged its tail and fanned the heat from the braised crocodile on the plate. At the same time, it had already picked up a piece of meat and started chewing. The dragon vine was a special monster. It was a plant that had been transformed for 10,000 years. After transforming into a dragon, its dragon power was very real, and many monsters were afraid of it. Although it was only at the out-of-body stage, it had been following Muyu every day. Under the influence of Muyu's wood attribute spiritual power, it had become more and more powerful. In this mountain range, even if it encountered a monster that it couldn't defeat, it was more than enough to escape. Wait a minute, let me see where it is. Muyu touched the grass under his feet. The roots of the plants on the ground were intertwined, connecting the trees. Every tree seemed to be alive. The plants within a radius of 5 miles were like his eyes, presenting the surrounding scene in front of him. Soon, Muyu found the bamboo forest 3 miles away, but Muyu didn't see the shadow of the dragon vine. This was very strange because he saw a lot of bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, but if the dragon vine didn't come here to pick the bamboo shoots, then where did it go? Muyu expanded his perception of the plants, and suddenly extended the detection ability of the plants to 10 miles away. Then, his heart jumped, because he found a place surrounded by a layer of black aura, and all the plants had withered and died. Ghost chi. Muyu was very familiar with this aura. He definitely wouldn't mistake the gloomy aura of the people from the Gate of Hell. This ghost chi enveloped all the trees on the hillside, forming a vacuum. It was barren, and not even a blade of grass grew. Muyu controlled the roots of the plants to crawl through the ground, but he didn't expect that the depths of the ground were also filled with ghost chi. In an instant, the plants that Muyu controlled were infected. Muyu frowned slightly. These plants could only accept his consciousness to grow, and they didn't have any special effects, so they couldn't resist the cold ghost chi. At this moment, 2 people from the Gate of Hell suddenly appeared in the vision of the plants that Muyu controlled. Why did you summon us here? One of the people from the Gate of Hell was shrouded in black aura. The people from the Gate of Hell spoke in a cold manner, which made people feel disgusted. We caught a dragonized dragon vine, but it's too powerful, and it injured all of us. We temporarily trapped it, and we need you to help. The person from the Gate of Hell who spoke was only at the out-of-body stage. Dragonized dragon vine? Are you sure? The person who replied was a severed soul stage person from the Gate of Hell. Judging from the voice, it was a woman. Her body was shrouded in dark red ghost chi, and Muyu felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. He suddenly remembered who this woman was. Back in the second heaven, this woman was with Gui Shenyu, and she seemed to be called Gui Hongyu. But why did the people from the Gate of Hell come to Moyun mountain range? Little handsome, stop eating. The dragonized dragon vine was captured by the people from the Gate of Hell. Muyu opened his eyes, and his face darkened. Little handsome spat out half of the meat in his mouth. What? The people from the Gate of Hell dared to capture a big earthworm? Damn it. I hate the Japanese the most. Go beat him up. Chapter 561. The gloomy ghost chi made the surrounding trees wither. The dragon vine stared angrily at the boundary formed by ghost chi in front of it, but it still couldn't break out. The ghost chi was very strange. Every time the dragon vine hit it, it would be fiercely bounced away. At the same time, its body would feel very uncomfortable. The dragon vine just went there to pick the bamboo shoots. It didn't take long, but when it was about to leave, it suddenly found traces of people from the Gate of Hell. It was very curious. It didn't understand why people from the Gate of Hell would come here. In order to find out, it secretly followed them. Unexpectedly, It was discovered by people from the gate of hell. The cultivation of these people from the gate of hell was not high. They were no match for the dragon vine, but they used very powerful ghost chi to trap it. It had been calling for Mu Yu, but the ghost chi covered its breath and voice. Mu Yu didn't hear it at all. When the dragon vine was thinking about how to break out, the ghost chi suddenly rippled. Then a person surrounded by red mist suddenly walked in from outside. When it saw the cultivation of the spirit severing stage, it suddenly became nervous. It's really the dragon vine that has turned into a dragon? It's incredible. The red mist on Gui Hongyu's body dissipated, revealing her enchanting body. Her red eyes looked at the dragon vine with a surprised expression. The dragon vine is a precious material used to make the life-prolonging pill. A 10,000-year-old dragon vine can also heal wounds to the soul. With this dragon vine, our goal will be even more assured. A man beside Gui Hongyu was also very surprised. Gui Shuesong, go around and check the situation. Send someone to ask Shura Ghost to come here. I think something is wrong. Gui Hongyu seemed to think of something and ordered. Gui Shuesong was only at the out-of-body stage. He didn't understand and asked, something is wrong? Can't senior sister take down this dragon vine with her cultivation? Why bother Shura Ghost? Gui Hongyu said, the dragon vine that has turned into a dragon is rare in the world. It won't be seen for thousands of years. It only appeared once in the cultivation world. At that time, the dragon vine followed Mu Yu. I don't know if this dragon vine has anything to do with him, but if he's nearby, we have to be careful. When Gui Shuesong heard the name Mu Yu, his face slightly changed, but he quickly recovered. Senior sister, we don't need to worry about that Mu Yu, right? After all, we didn't come to the Moyun mountain range for him, but for. Shut up and go do it. Gui Hongyu glanced at Gui Shuesong and coldly shouted. Gui Shuesong shuddered and quickly retreated. Only the 3 nascent soul stage disciples of the Gate of Hell and Gui Hongyu were left. Roar! Dragon Ting roared and suddenly pounced at Gui Hongyu. Gui Hongyu's body emitted countless gloomy red mists, which were like maggots attached to bones, making people shudder. The red mist transformed into slender ghostly hands, instantly grabbing the dragon vine tightly. Dragon transforming dragon vine, you only have the strength of a rank 5 demonic beast. You'd better surrender obediently. Gui Hongyu smiled slightly and floated to the side of dragon vine like a ghost. She stretched out her slender fingers and touched dragon vine. Dragon vine struggled furiously, trying to break free from Gui Hongyu's ghostly hands. However, Gui Hongyu's cultivation was at the spirit severing stage, which was not something dragon vine could compete with. Damn it, how dare you catch my big earthworm, you're courting death. Xiao Shuai's voice came from the dense ghost mist. At the same time, the surrounding ghost mist seemed to melt and suddenly disappeared. A shadow sword with monstrous sword chi slashed straight at Gui Hongyu. Gui Hongyu's face changed dramatically, and countless red mists emerged from her body. Resentful souls wailed and floated out of the red mists, facing Mu Yu's fierce sword chi. However, the sword chi instantly dispersed and transformed into 9 swords. 9 sword shadows with heaven-shaking might descended from all directions and killed all the vengeful spirit. Gui Hongyu's red mists could not block Mu Yu's sword chi at all. She snorted coldly, and a red ghost shadow floated out of her body. It was Gui Hongyu's twin. They spread out and surrounded Mu Yu to confront her. It's really you, Mu Yu. Gui Hongyu's face was as cold as frost. When she was in the second heaven, she had already seen the power of Mu Yu's sword chi. Mu Yu's sword moves were endless, which was the nemesis of the Gate of Hell. Release Dragon Vine. Mu Yu said coldly. Dragon Vine was still caught by Gui Hongyu's red ghost claws, and the other 3 people from the Gate of Hell were guarding Dragon Vine. Last time, you ruined our plans at the second layer of heaven. We have always remembered this matter. Since you have walked right into our trap today, then don't blame me for being impolite. Gui Hongyu and her twin's hands surged with a demonic red glow. Mu Yu wrapped the shadow clone sword with black and white spirit energy and looked at Gui Hongyu coldly. He had never liked the people from the Gate of Hell who killed innocent people. Previously, the people from the Gate of Hell tried to sneak into the Moyun mountain range to capture the millions of people there. Now that the immortal confinement prison in the Moyun mountain range had been broken, were they planning to directly destroy the people in the Moyun mountain range? Gui Shenyu died in my hands. What right do you have to be impolite to me? The formation under Mu Yu's feet surged, and a black and white 8 trigrams formation spread out. The powerful formation ripples spread out with him as the center, and Little Shuai had already fallen into the 8 trigrams formation. Little Shuai, I will deal with this female ghost. You go and save Dragon Vine. The wind heart-linking formation under Mu Yu's feet was already spinning rapidly. When Gui Hongyu heard Mu Yu mention the word female ghost, she was a little angry. Little Shuai put one paw on his waist and the other paw pointed at the sky. He shouted in a childish voice, Little Shuai's mysterious lightning fall. The black and white formation ripples around Little Shuai's body quickly turned into blue formation ripples. Blue electric arcs flashed and wrapped around Little Shuai's body. The Shadow Clone Sword's sword energy was instantly drawn into his body. Terrifying lightning shot out from his body and fell towards the people from the Gate of Hell. The lightning carried the might of the heavens and instantly extinguished the ghost energy of the 3 people from the Gate of Hell. Terrifying sparks flashed and the 3 people from the Gate of Hell were sent flying. However, as they were sent flying, a grey bottle appeared in Gui Hongyu's hand. Grey mist sprayed out and landed on Dragon Vine's body. The grey mist was like ice crystals that froze Dragon Vine. Then, with a wave of Gui Hongyu's hand, Dragon Vine gradually shrank and was put into the grey bottle. You're courting death. The formation ripples under Mu Yu's feet flashed and the Big Dipper constellation formation disappeared with him. When he reappeared, he was already behind Gui Hongyu. He waved his hand and pulled out the Shadow Clone Sword from the void and stabbed towards Gui Hongyu. Gui Hongyu's body surged with a demonic red mist again and turned into a hard barrier. She wanted to block Mu Yu's Shadow Clone Sword. However, she still underestimated the power of Mu Yu's Shadow Clone Sword. The Shadow Clone Sword was like a hot knife through butter. It left a deep sword wound on Gui Hongyu's back. Gui Hongyu snorted and her expression changed drastically. She turned her head and saw that Mu Yu's sword chi carried a strange spiritual power. It was sucking the red mist from her body and hindering the healing of the spiritual power in her body. Damn it! Gui Hongyu knew that she had been careless. The strength of a true god's disciple was not something she could compete with. She formed a seal in her hand and the twins rushed towards her and merged with her. At the same time, Mu Yu's strange spirit energy was repelled. Gui Hongyu's toes tapped lightly on the stone. Her whole body had already pulled away from Mu Yu. Mu Yu followed her like a shadow and slashed down with his sword again, almost cutting off her entire arm. Hand over the Dragon Vine. Mu Yu never showed mercy to the people from the Gate of Hell. Every person from the Gate of Hell had their hands stained with blood. They killed countless people and created a lot of soul energy for the Triple Palace. This kind of person deserved to die. Gui Hongyu clenched her teeth. She knew that she was not Mu Yu's opponent. She made a prompt decision and turned to leave. Countless red mist exploded, and resentful spirits shot out in all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they rushed over. However, they were all sucked into Mu Yu's wood spirit sword. Gui Hongyu had already borrowed the cover of the red mist to break through the void and escape. The spirit-severing stage knew how to shrink the ground into an inch and step into the void. The cultivation method of the people from the Gate of Hell was even stranger. They could sneak without leaving a trace. However, stepping into the void was actually a way of walking when the speed reached a certain limit and caused the surrounding space to distort. This way of walking consumed a lot of spirit energy, especially not as fast as the teleportation of the Heavenly Dipper constellation formation. Want to escape? Get back here. Mu Yu was also a spirit-severing stage cultivator. He knew the characteristics of void walking. In front of his Heavenly Dipper constellation formation, Gui Hongyu couldn't escape at all. Mu Yu's shadow sword flew out of his hand, and a sharp cold light flashed in the air. It instantly merged into the void. At the same time, His whole person suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the top of a tree and kicked in the direction he came from. Bang! Gui Hongyu let out a muffled groan and fell from the sky in a sorry state. She crashed heavily into a tree and landed on the ground. Xiao Shuai's lightning had already turned the 3 people from the gate of hell into ashes. His body lit up with lightning again and aimed at Gui Hongyu. Mu Yu stretched out his hand and pulled out the shadow sword again. The shadow sword carried a murderous aura and fell towards Gui Hongyu. Ding! With a light sound, a scarlet sickle suddenly appeared from the void and blocked in front of Gui Hongyu, repelling Mu Yu's shadow sword. TSK, Mu Yu, I've heard a lot about you. A cold young man fell from the sky and held the long scarlet sickle in one hand. Gui Sholuo, I caught the dragon vine that turned into a dragon. I must immediately hand it over to the spirit venerable. Gui Hongyu climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. Dragon vine that turned into a dragon? That's really good stuff. Hongyu, leave this to me. You go first. Gui Sholuo's 9th heavenly layer cultivation was fully revealed. His face was sickly pale, but he stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Gui Hongyu didn't say anything and turned to leave here. Don't go! Mu Yu shouted angrily. His body disappeared again and he slashed at Gui Hongyu. But Gui Sholuo's speed was not slow. He instantly blocked Mu Yu and forced Mu Yu to retreat. Chapter 562. Mu Yu was infuriated. Every time he met someone from the gate of hell, nothing good would come out of it. This time, they actually kidnapped the dragon vine. They were simply courting death. Little Shuai, follow me, Mu Yu shouted in a low voice. Got it. Little Shuai's body turned into a shadow and instantly disappeared into the forest. Azura Gui only glanced at Little Shuai indifferently. He didn't put Little Shuai in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think that a little spirit beast could do anything. The scarlet scythe in his hand was suffused with a demonic red glow. His entire body was filled with a thick ghost fog. Countless resentful spirits struggled to escape from the ghost fog, but the ghost fog seemed to have an invisible tearing force that firmly restrained these resentful spirits. I heard that Gui Shenyu died in your hands. Azura Gui narrowed his eyes. When Gui Shenyu was killed by Mu Yu in the 2nd heaven, this incident caused Mu Yu to be spat on by self-cultivators for a long time. You will see Gui Shenyu very soon. Mu Yu said in a deep voice. He had never been lenient when killing people from the gate of hell. His body flashed and merged into the void. The shadow clone sword slashed down with a sharp sword chi. Is that so? You are wrong. I am not a piece of trash like Gui Shenyu. Azura Gui pushed his scythe back and blocked the shadow clone sword. The strange ghost fog followed Mu Yu's shadow clone sword and swept upwards, wanting to invade Mu Yu's body. However, Mu Yu only shook his body slightly and all the ghost fog turned into nothingness. 8 immortal demons. Azura Gui sneered. 8 yin soul chains jumped out from his body. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Each yin soul chain locked a black skeleton in front. Among them, 4 of the skeletons were humanoid while the other 4 were huge demon beast skeletons. Mu Yu carefully inspected the 4 demonic beast skeletons, and his brows raised. He recognized these 4 demonic beast skeletons, and they were respectively the 9-tailed demon python, blood-field wolf, azure flame scorpion, and black tortoise fleeing bear. These 4 monster beasts were all rank 6 monster beasts. When they were alive, they were very powerful, comparable to the spirit severing stage. Mu Yu had also encountered them here, but he didn't expect that they were refined into skeletal puppets by Gui Shora. The remaining 4 skeletons were also at the spirit severing stage. This Shora ghost had killed 4 spirit severing stage cultivators and turned them into his killing tools. This method was truly vicious. The 8 skeletons rushed towards Mu Yu from all directions. Their sharp bone spurs were trembling in the air as they whistled through the air. Mu Yu's shadow sword transformed into 9 swords, and each sword performed the 9 heavenly sword guides. A mysterious formation pattern appeared in the air, and all the shadow swords suddenly merged into the void. Mu Yu's figure quickly turned, and the 9 figures followed the shadow swords and disappeared into the void. Violent sword chi swept out. Each of the shadow swords carried the sword style of the 9-guided heavenly sword as they blasted towards the 8 skeletons. The swift and fierce sword chi instantly twisted the 8 skeletons into bone fragment. Mu Yu's main body held the shadow sword, and all the formation patterns were integrated into one, and blasted towards Azura Gui. Bang! Azura Ghost unhurriedly raised his scythe, once again blocking Mu Yu's shadow sword, and his figure retreated. The 9 heavenly sword guides is indeed worthy of its reputation. Unfortunately, you can't kill my 8 demonic beasts. Azura Gui laughed cruelly, and then the yin soul chains trembled again. All the skeletons that were beaten into bone fragments by Mu Yu regrouped, and once again surrounded Mu Yu in the middle. The sword chi in Mu Yu's hand swept out again, and shattered the 8 demonic beast skeletons. However, not long after, these skeletons automatically returned to their original position, and their power was getting stronger and stronger. Can't kill them? Mu Yu was most annoyed by those demonic arts from the gate of hell. They were troublesome and disgusting. However, he was the best at dealing with these kinds of things. When he was at Sand Eagle Royal City, he could even deal with the yin corpse formation, so why would he be afraid of these skeletons? Is this all the true God's disciple can do? Azura Gui sneered. Do all bad people say these kinds of things? Mu Yu didn't understand why every guy who wanted to find trouble with him always liked to provoke him. What was the benefit of showing off their superiority in front of him? Every time, they would say, "Is this all you can do? Are you crazy? Did they have to be taught a lesson to be happy?" In fact, most self-cultivators attacked Mu Yu mainly because Mu Yu was the true God's disciple. Everyone wanted to defeat the true God's disciple to prove themselves. Unfortunately, they were too arrogant. Mu Yu was a variable in the world of self-cultivators, so how could he be killed so easily? Black and white runes appeared under his feet, and Mu Ling's sword instantly turned into branches that filled the sky. The black branches grew tender green leaves, and the veins of these leaves had turned white. The branches were like long snakes that coiled around each skeleton, and for a moment, all the skeletons were tightly wrapped. Azura Gui didn't even bother to resist these branches. Do you think you can destroy my 8 demonic beasts with just your formation? Heh, you will understand. Mu Yu calmly looked at Azura Gui. The deep and pure death energy on the branches suddenly bloomed and invaded the skeletons. The skeletons were instantly controlled by the death energy on Mu Ling's body, and turned to face Azura Gui. Azura Gui's face changed. He twitched the yin soul chain, trying to control the 8 skeletons, but he was shocked to find that his skeletons didn't listen to him. The death energy on the 8 skeletons was even stronger than his ghost energy, which made his heart tremble. How is this possible? Azura Gui's face sank. However, Mu Yu's branches had already rolled towards Azura Gui along the yin soul chain, and their speed was extremely fast. Now, his cultivation was much stronger than a year ago. How could a small character like Azura Gui compare to him? Mu Yu didn't mind helping a guy who wanted to die. Azura Gui was shocked. He raised the red scythe in his hand and cut off his 8 yin soul chains. Countless ghost fog gushed out and blocked in front of him, trying to erode these branches rushing over. From Azura Gui's point of view, anything that was full of life would definitely become lifeless after being infected by his ghost chi. However, the strangeness of these branches was far beyond his imagination. His ghost chi was actually unable to stop the branches from spreading. Instead, it emitted an even more terrifying death chi, which completely devoured his ghost chi. What kind of formation is this? Azura Gui was shocked and angry. He had already thought of retreating, so he didn't hesitate anymore. With a tap of his foot, he turned around and merged into the void, wanting to leave this place. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You haven't learned from me yet. Mu Yu coldly shouted, and his hands formed several formation patterns. Countless formation patterns rushed out, and black and white inscriptions instantly covered the entire area. The inscriptions shook slightly, and Azura Gui's figure was suddenly shaken out of the void. 99-1. The 9th move of Luo Chen's swordsmanship, 9 to 1, all things return to origin, great Tao to simplicity. 9 swords rushed into the sky, and suddenly lightning flashed and thunder roared between heaven and earth. 9 white dragons surged in the clouds, and a majestic aura shrouded everything. The demon beasts within 100 miles all prostrated themselves on the ground, and the mighty dragon aura suppressed them so much that they didn't dare to breathe. The violent aura covered the sky and the earth, sweeping away all the resentful spirits. The 9 sword shadows suddenly gradually formed a majestic heavenly sword in the air. The 100-jong heavenly sword was solemn and dignified. It was simple and unadorned as it pierced towards Azura Ghost. That simple sword strike was very ordinary. There was nothing fancy about it. However, Azura Gui was shocked to find that his aura was locked by this sword, and he couldn't move at all. The terrifying sword energy pierced through Azura Gui's shoulder, firmly nailing him to the formation pattern in mid-air. This was already Mu Yu being merciful because he wanted to find out why the people of the Gate of Hell came to Moyun mountain range this time. Damn it! Azura Gui roared, and the resentful spirits on his body rushed towards Mu Yu. He raised his sword and cut his own shoulder, breaking free from Mu Yu's shadow swords, and quickly retreated. However, a golden light suddenly lit up around him, and fiercely bounced him back. You want to leave after showing off? Did you ask me for permission? Mu Yu's fingers moved, and an 8 trigrams formation instantly appeared above Azura Gui's head. Before Azura Gui could react, the 8 trigrams formation had already merged into Azura Gui's body. Then, Azura Gui's eyes began to slacken, and he no longer struggled. Mu Yu was prepared to use the Divine Soul formation at any time. The Divine Soul formation's range of effect was limited, and it wasn't as terrifying as Xiong Nan's sovereign consciousness, which could control people everywhere. However, this method was still enough to deal with Azura Gui. Azura Gui's cultivation was higher than Mu Yu's, and Mu Yu could barely control him with the chaotic yin and yang. However, without the help of the formation hall, he couldn't control him for long. He had to get information from Azura Gui as soon as possible. What are you people of the Gate of Hell doing in Moyun mountain range? Do you want to kill the 1,000,000 people in Moyun mountain range? Mu Yu asked. We are going to Ghost Island. Azura Gui replied expressionlessly. Ghost Island? Mu Yu frowned. Back then in Moyun mountain range, Gui Xuanyue's father, perfected Johua, had once controlled a person, and that person was called Duke Red Dragon. At that time, Duke Red Dragon had said that there was a sea to the east of Moyun mountain range. At that time, he had found an ancient tablet that recorded the legend of Ghost Island. According to Duke Red Dragon, Ghost Island was a place left behind after the war between the ancient human race and the demon race. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and couldn't be found without special methods. At that time, Gui Shenyu had said that immortal confinement prison prohibited cultivators above the nascent soul stage from entering. He came to find Feng Haochen to remove this restriction and let the people of the Gate of Hell go to Ghost Island. However, in the end, the plan of the Gate of Hell was disrupted by Mu Yu, who had lost control. Immortal confinement prison was removed a year ago, and you are only taking action now? Mu Yu didn't believe that the people of the Gate of Hell were so ill-informed that they only found out that immortal confinement prison in Moyun mountain range had disappeared. We have already sent a group of people there, but the danger of Ghost Island is far beyond our imagination. We have already lost a group of people, so this time we specially made full preparations. Moreover, the Ghost Venerable will be going there personally. Azura Gui said. Who is the Ghost Venerable? What is his cultivation level? This wasn't the first time Mu Yu heard the term Ghost Venerable, he had heard it from Gui Shenyu several times. The Ghost Venerable is the protector of the Gate of Hell. He has a Tribulation Passing Stage cultivation level. Tribulation Passing Stage Protector? Mu Yu was slightly shocked. The protectors of the Gate of Hell were all Tribulation Passing Stage cultivators. Pill Cauldron Sect and the 8 sects were on the same level. The sect master of Pill Cauldron Sect, Daoist Yun Dan, was only at the body fusion stage because he was an alchemist. He had been troubled by wood dregs for a long time, so his cultivation level couldn't improve. If the protectors of the 8 sects were all tribulation passing stage cultivators, then what was the cultivation level of their sect masters? Why is your protector going to Ghost Island personally? Mu Yu continued to ask. There are many demon souls and human souls on Ghost Island. They can allow the Ghost Venerable's strength to increase by another level. In addition, the Ghost Venerable is going there for a secret. This secret is only known to the Ghost Venerable alone. Azura Gui said. Mu Yu suddenly thought of Deadwood Daddy. The people of the Gate of Hell were probably the most knowledgeable about the soul than any other cultivator. Thus, he asked, can the Gate of Hell heal the wounds on the soul? Yes, the Ghost Venerable's soul was severely damaged in the past. Using a 7,000-year-old dragon vine is enough to heal the wounds on the soul. Azura Gui said. A 7,000-year-old dragon vine can heal the wounds on the soul? Chapter 563. The forest was a mess. Broken limbs and fallen leaves were strewn all over the ground. There were even some black branches swaying in the wind. Mu Yu felt a little strange. The dragon vine could heal Deadwood Daddy's soul crack. This was something that Mu Yu never expected. How do I heal it? Mu Yu continued to ask. Kill the dragon vine, extract its demon soul, and merge it with the damaged soul. Naturally, the damage to the soul can be healed, Azura Gui replied. Mu Yu was startled. He snorted softly, but didn't say anything. The dragonized dragon vine had a lifespan of 10,000 years. The effect would probably be even better. He clenched his fist, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. At this moment, Azura Gui's body suddenly twitched violently. He was breaking free from the control of the divine soul array, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. What did you do to me? Azura Gui asked in shock and anger. Nothing. I just wanted to teach you to be a good person, but you just had to court death. The surrounding black branches gathered back into the Mu Ling sword and returned to Mu Yu's hand. A biting cold sword intent filled the sword. You dare to kill me? If you kill me, the Ghost Lord will definitely. Azura Gui shouted angrily. There's nothing absolute. The Mu Ling sword in Mu Yu's hand had already moved. It slashed across Azura Gui's throat, sucking away all of his life force. Not even his soul was left behind. A barely visible white light emerged from Azura Gui's body. He wanted to escape, but the Mu Ling sword only trembled, and the white light was sucked in. Soul power was the source of power for the 3 palaces. For some reason, Mu Yu's heart didn't waver when he killed Azura Gui this time. He seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of killing. Mu Yu knew that some changes had occurred in his body. He just didn't want to admit it. Strange. Why doesn't he have a twin on him? Mu Yu was a little puzzled. The most powerful thing about the people from the Gate of Hell was that they could control a twin whose strength was equal to their own. But from the beginning until now, Mu Yu had never seen Shura Ghost use twins. And when Mu Ling devoured Shura Ghost's life, he didn't feel another soul hidden in Shura Ghost's body. What was going on? He didn't have time to think. Xiao Shuai had already gone to chase after Gui Hongyu. He had to save Long Ting. Mu Yu turned and blended into the trees. Soon, he saw little Shuai poking his head out from a tree 3 li away. He quickly turned around and emerged from the trees beside Little Handsome. What's the situation? Where is Gui Hongyu? Mu Yu asked softly. Xiao Shuai pointed to the front and whispered, there's a ghost lair over there. They're all Japanese. Mu Yu leaped forward and landed on the pine tree. His movements were very light. Even the leaves of the pine tree didn't move. Lush trees grew in front of him. Below the trees was a mountain stream. There were cliffs beside it, and below it was a place that seemed to have been forcibly opened up. There were about 100 people from the Gate of Hell as far as the eye could see. There were about 70 people from the Gate of Hell. They were all at the out-of-body stage, about 20 at the spirit-severing stage, and 5 at the form synthesis stage. The lowest cultivation level was at the out-of-body stage. This kind of power was already shocking. Why did the people from the Gate of Hell come to the Moryun mountain range in such a big way? Mu Yu's face darkened. Could it be that they wanted to rob the millions of people in the Moryun mountain range again? They seem to have hunted a lot of demonic beasts. What a strange feeling. Little Shuai muttered. The whole mountain stream was filled with the bones of demonic beasts. Some of the bones were even more than 20 meters long. Obviously, they were some high-level and powerful demonic beasts. It was very shocking. Many people from the Gate of Hell stood on the huge bones of demonic beasts, waiting for orders. They seemed to be on guard against something. At this moment, there were a few people in the crowd who were chanting something around a 5-meter-long and 5-meter-tall swordback tiger. The huge body of the swordback tiger struggled in pain in the air. Below, countless ghost fog drilled into its 7 orifices from time to time. Its sorrowful cries resounded throughout the mountain stream. The thick skin on its body slowly shriveled, as if the essence and blood had been sucked dry. Then, all the fur and blood were corroded by the ghost fog, leaving only a huge white skeleton. The essence of the demonic beast's body turned into streams of light and was collected by one of the people from the Gate of Hell. At the same time, the person from the Gate of Hell drew a complicated hand gesture. The dense ghost fog gradually sealed these streams of light and formed a black crystal. Mu Yu finally understood where these skeletons came from. At first, he thought that these skeletons were the remains of demonic beasts that had died a long time ago. He didn't expect that every skeleton here was created by the people from the Gate of Hell. He just didn't know what the people from the Gate of Hell were doing this time. Why did they kill so many demonic beasts? Mu Yu quickly found Gui Hongyu's figure in the crowd. She was dressed in red and was very conspicuous among the people from the Gate of Hell. However, she wasn't the only woman among the people from the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu also saw a dozen or so women from the Gate of Hell wearing different colors. We can't hear what they are saying here. Mu Yu, make a sound sparrow, Little Shuai said. Black and white runes appeared in Mu Yu's hand and quickly formed an inconspicuous sound sparrow. This sound sparrow was only the size of a fingernail. It had the opposite effect of the green swallow sound snatching array. It could feed back all the sounds it heard to the caster. The sound sparrow quickly disappeared in front of Mu Yu's eyes and entered the ghost fog of the mountain stream. Its movements were very light and didn't alarm anyone. It was formed by runes and didn't have any extra aura. The sound sparrow landed in a crack in a rock and carefully approached Gui Hongyu. Soon, the conversation of the people from the Gate of Hell reached Mu Yu's ears. Why hasn't Azura Gui returned yet? A man at the combination stage asked. Master Gui Han, this time we met the true god's disciple, Mu Yu, not far away. Azura Gui's cultivation is at the 9th heaven of the spirit severing stage. Nothing will happen to him, Gui Hongyu said respectfully. Mu Yu sneered. 9th heaven of the spirit severing stage? He was just a soul under the sword. The true god's disciple? We still have to be careful. Gui Lianxin, go take a look at Azura Gui's situation and tell him to come back quickly. He is one of the 7 ghost servants. Nothing must happen to him. Otherwise, if the Ghost Lord's plan is ruined, none of us can bear the responsibility. Gui Han said coldly. Yes, Master Gui Han. A middle-aged man named Gui Lianxin stood out. Then, his body turned into a cloud of black fog and flew out of the mountain stream. Mu Yu pulled Little Shuai and hurriedly went into the trees. Gui Lianxin just happened to fly over their heads. Gui Lianxin seemed to have sensed something. He stopped and looked at the place where Mu Yu had just disappeared. However, he didn't see anything strange. He thought that he had seen wrongly and turned to leave. Mu Yu and Little Shuai didn't come out. It was safer for them to stay in the trees. 7 ghost servants. What does that mean? Mu Yu didn't understand. He had already killed Azura Gui. Gui Lianxin would probably find out soon. He had to think of a way to get Gui Hongyu to rescue the dragon vine. However, there were so many people from the Gate of Hell, especially a few who were at the body fusion stage. It was still a problem for him to do it alone. The sound sparrow in the mountain stream continued to transmit the voice of the people from the Gate of Hell. Gui Hongyu, You said that you caught a 10,000-year-old dragon vine? Gui Han asked. Yes. Master, please take a look. Gui Hongyu waved her hand and a transparent bottle floated in mid-air. The bottle was filled with grey fog. The dragon vine's appearance could be seen clearly. However, it didn't move at all, like a specimen. Gui Han took the grey bottle and removed the cap. The dragon vine flew out of the bottle and returned to its huge body. However, its body was covered with a layer of ice crystals and it was still roaring. Gui Han waved his hand and the ice crystals on the dragon vine's body disappeared. The dragon vine roared furiously and wanted to escape. However, the surrounding grey fog blocked it. Bastard. What do we do? The big earthworm is in danger. The Japanese are really bastards, Xiao Shui said anxiously. Although he usually liked to quarrel with the big earthworm, when something happened to the big earthworm, he was the most anxious one. Let's observe the situation first. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we'll lose our lives too, Muyu said in a low voice. The only people in the mountain stream that could make Muyu afraid were the 5-body fusion stage people from the Gate of Hell. Although Mu Ling's sword could restrain the Gate of Hell's techniques, Muyu wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could fight against body fusion stage self-cultivators. Gui Han's eyes shone with a strange light. He looked at the dragon vine with admiration and nodded. Hongyu, you did well this time. You've done a great deed by catching the 10,000-year-old dragon vine. The Ghost Lord will definitely reward you. Thank you, Master. Gui Hongyu's face showed a trace of joy. Then, as if he thought of something, he said, Master, do you want to personally deal with Muyu? If he finds out about our plan, it'll be bad. Gui Han thought for a moment and said, there's no need. Right now, we need to quickly collect the souls of 1,000 5th-rank monsters. Only then can we safely enter Ghost Island. To avoid unnecessary trouble, when Shura Gui and Gui Lianxin return, we'll immediately go and meet up with the Ghost Lord. Master, something happened. Ghost fog flashed through the air again. Gui Lianxin landed in front of Gui Han with a gloomy face. He didn't look good. What happened? Where's Shura Gui? Gui Han frowned. Shura Gui is already dead. Gui Lianxin took out a transparent bottle that looked exactly like the one that held the dragon vine. Inside the bottle was Shura Gui's corpse. He removed the bottle cap and Shura Gui's corpse appeared in front of everyone. Gui Han's face was so green that it could drip water. He shouted angrily, how did something happen to Shura Gui? Everyone saw Gui Han's anger and didn't dare to answer. Looking at Gui Han's expression, Shura Gui's identity as a ghost servant seemed to be quite important. Gui Han squatted down to examine Shura Gui's corpse. His face became darker and darker, there's no trace of life or soul power left in his body. Only people from the Gate of Hell can do this. How did a true god's disciple do it? Gui Hongyu hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Master, when we were in the second heaven, Gui Shenyu also died at the hands of Mu Yu. Mu Yu's technique is very strange. When I fought with him just now, his technique countered my ghost fog. Gui Han was furious. No, Shura Gui is one of the 7 ghost servants. He is a person that cannot be left out in the Ghost Lord's plan. We must get his soul. Where is Mu Yu? Take me to him. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows. He realized that he seemed to have unintentionally ruined the plan of the people from the Gate of Hell. This was something new. The people from the Gate of Hell were already famous for being unscrupulous. Now, they even brought out so many demon beast skeletons. He really didn't know what they were planning to do. However, he had to think of a way to save Dragon Vine. Shura Gui's soul had already been swallowed by Mu Ling's sword. He definitely couldn't get it back. Mu Yu didn't mind killing a few more people from the Gate of Hell and using them as sacrifices for the sword. Gui Shisheng, Gui Zhoujie, the 2 of you come with me. The rest of you wait here. Gui Han said eerily. Yes. Gui Shisheng and Gui Zhoujie were both Heaven Unification Stage cultivators. The 3 Heaven Unification Stage cultivators obviously didn't want to give Mu Yu any chance to live. Although the 3 Heaven Unification Stage cultivators left, there were still 2 Heaven Unification Stage people from the Gate of Hell in the mountains. These 2 people were sitting cross-legged in a dark corner cultivating. Even when they heard the news of Shura Gui's death, they didn't move. Dragon Vine was still struggling in the air, angrily looking at the people from the Gate of Hell. Gui Han didn't give the order, so Gui Hongyu didn't put away Dragon Vine. Chapter 564. Other than his love for food, Little Shuai was also a very smart guy. He often studied formations with Mu Yu and had already learned many formations. After hearing Mu Yu's arrangement, he immediately understood how Mu Yu planned to save Dragon Vine. Without hesitation, he hugged the 10 formation bases and ran towards the trees on the left side of the mountain stream. Mu Yu carefully surveyed the terrain and determined the best position to set up the formation. Then, he gestured to Little Shuai to run a few more meters forward. Little Shuai then began to bury the formation bases and inscribe the formation patterns. He himself scurried into the trees and used the extension of the roots to start inscribing the formation patterns on the cliff. He had to be very careful during this process and couldn't make any noise. Otherwise, with the body integration stage cultivators of the Gate of Hell, they could easily sense that something was wrong. Countless runes spread across the cliff, and soon, the entire mountain stream was surrounded by the runes. For the current Mu Yu, setting up a large formation wasn't difficult. Especially with Little Shuai's help, the formation quickly and quietly took shape. It's done. Little Shuai, can you imitate Dragon Vine's usual cry? Mu Yu asked. Little Shuai wagged his tail and jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder. He nodded. Of course I'm familiar with the big earthworm's cry. No problem. Little Shuai usually knew many demon languages and could use various sounds to communicate with demon beasts. He could also understand Dragon Vine's words and naturally, he could imitate Dragon Vine's cry. Remember, you have to make your cry more dignified later. Make it seem extraordinary. We need to call the 2 body integration stage cultivators of the Gate of Hell over. Do you understand? Mu Yu's hand began to light up with the formation patterns. Got it. My cry will definitely be much more powerful than the big earthworms. Little Shuai cleared his throat. Mu Yu calculated carefully. He wasn't worried about the severed soul stage and out-of-body stage cultivators of the Gate of Hell. He was only worried about the body integration stage cultivators of the Gate of Hell. Although he could deal with the people from the Gate of Hell with his cultivation technique, his opponents were still at the body integration stage, so he wouldn't be able to gain much advantage over them. He had already sketched out an ingenious plan in his mind, and was prepared to deal with these people from the Gate of Hell. At this moment, a few spirit-severing stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell caught 2 rank 6 monster beasts from outside the mountain stream and were preparing to convert the essence of these monster beasts into crystal stones. But at this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the cliff of the mountain stream, alarming everyone in the Gate of Hell. What happened? Many of the people from the Gate of Hell raised their heads in bewilderment. They soon saw an unbelievable scene. 2 huge black dragons streaked across the sky above the mountain stream. They circled in the air and glared at all the people from the Gate of Hell. This is Dragon Vine, Gui Hongyu exclaimed. She turned her head to look at the trapped dragon vine and then looked at the 2 gigantic black dragon vines in the sky. Her face was filled with joy. 1 dragon vine was enough to make them excited, but they didn't expect to see 2 of them. In terms of appearance, these 2 dragon vines were even more imposing. They were clearly much more powerful than the dragon vines they caught. Dragon vines that are 10,000 years old are very precious. How could we be so lucky to encounter 3 of them? Gui Lianxin said in surprise. The Moyun mountain range is so huge. It wouldn't be surprising if there were a few dragon vines. This kind of thing can only be encountered by chance. Go and catch them for me. A body integration stage cultivator from the Gate of Hell ordered. All the out-of-body stage and spirit-severing stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell soared into the sky and flew towards the 2 dragon vines in the sky. However, the 2 dragon vines in the sky opened their mouths and spat out terrifying dragon breath. All of a sudden, Those out-of-body stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell were caught off guard. Only the spirit-severing stage cultivators were nimble and dodged the dragon breath. The ghost fog that filled the sky continued to fly towards the dragon vines. These two dragon vines were transformed by Mu Yu using Mu Ling. Mu Ling could transform into the appearance of the dragon vines, but it wouldn't allow the dragon vines to have their own consciousness, nor would they have any cultivation. All of this was an illusion created by Mu Yu using an illusion array. Because of Mu Ling's own characteristics, the two black dragon vines weren't corroded by the ghost fog at all. Instead, they raised their heads to the sky and inhaled, swallowing all the ghost fog into their stomachs. Those people from the Gate of Hell immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to react at this moment. The black dragon tail swept fiercely at the chests of those people from the Gate of Hell, sending them flying. Mu Ling's death qi contaminated the bodies of the people from the Gate of Hell. They were shocked and angry to find that their bodies were burning with pain, and there was even a trace of tearing feeling coming from them. The two black dragon vines that suddenly appeared in the sky weren't the only things that changed. Countless trees suddenly grew out of the ground of the mountain stream. These trees all had black branches and green leaves with white veins. Many leaves wrapped around those huge skeletons, and then all the skeletons suddenly wriggled. Flesh and blood quickly grew out of their bodies, and they became living demon beasts. What's going on? How did these demon beasts come to life? And where did these trees come from? The spirit-severing stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell wanted to cut these trees, but found that these trees were very strange. After being cut, the cut automatically healed. Is that human? The two body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell also stood up and looked at the changes in front of them seriously. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. More than 20 out-of-body stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell screamed miserably as they fell from the sky. Deep wounds appeared on their bodies, and blood splashed in the air. A few of them even lost their arms. Hong Yu, you put away the dragon vines that you've already caught. Gui Shan, the two of us go out and catch those two dragon vines. A body integration stage cultivator from the Gate of Hell shouted. Gui Hong Yu quickly took out a transparent bottle, froze the dragon vines again, and put it away. She faintly felt that something was wrong, but looking at the two body integration stage cultivators in the sky, her heart relaxed. The resurrected demon beasts on the ground began to rush toward the people from the Gate of Hell. Many people from the Gate of Hell only paid attention to the situation in the sky and ignored the rioting demon beasts around them. Several out-of-body stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell were directly sent flying. As they flew out, countless tree branches grew out from the cliff and bound them tightly. The death qi entered their bodies and swallowed all the spiritual power and souls in their bodies. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen out-of-body stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell died. There were two body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell. One of them was called Gui Wa, and the other was called Gui Shan. As soon as they flew into the sky, the scene in front of them changed rapidly. The two of them actually came to a jungle. Gui Wa frowned and reached out to touch the jungle around him. He said coldly, "This is an illusion array. I heard that the true God's disciple is also an array master. It seems that we don't need to find him. He came to us instead." Gui Shan's face suddenly changed, not good. The dragon vines on Gui Hongyu's body. They quickly realized that this was Mu Yu's trick, so they turned and flew down. But the illusion array blocked them, so they couldn't go out. Gui Wa shouted coldly and a huge ghost axe appeared in his hand. The ghost axe carried a monstrous black fog and chopped at the jungle on the ground with great force. There were 3 ways to break the array. 2 of them were to destroy the array core and the array base, and the other was to break the array with brute force. There was a huge roar on the ground, and then a crack appeared in the jungle. The array pattern turned into fragments and splashed out. Mu Yu didn't expect this array to be able to stop the 2 body integration stage cultivators. The full-strength attack of a body integration stage cultivator was more than enough to break the array set up by Mu Yu in a hurry. The entire illusion array began to crack. However, Mu Yu was the leader of the array glyph sect. His array could still withstand 2 attacks of a body integration stage cultivator. Gui raised his ghost axe and chopped down again. Boom! A fierce flash of light suddenly splashed out from the array pattern. This flash of light was very fierce. It was like an awl piercing into their eyes, making their vision blank. It was a real blank, a vast expanse of whiteness. They completely lost their vision. The 2 of them were body integration stage cultivators, so this illusion array couldn't do anything to them. However, they never thought that the illusion array set up by Mu Yu was not as simple as it looked. He had done something to this illusion array. Mu Yu knew that the illusion array couldn't trap a body integration stage cultivator. They could destroy the entire array with brute force. Therefore, this array didn't have any ability to stop them. Even an out-of-body stage cultivator could make the illusion array disappear. However, they forgot that Mu Yu was not only an array master, but also a poison master. Flowing light was a very powerful poison that could cause blindness. It could burst out a dazzling light in an instant, making people unable to see anything clearly. This was Deadwood Daddy's collection. It was so powerful that it was impossible to guard against it. Mu Yu had used this kind of thing once when he was on the floating Immortal Island. At that time, he stole it directly from Deadwood Daddy. He didn't know how to use it, so he just threw it out casually. Therefore, he was also affected at that time. However, it was different now. He was the true successor of the Poison King, Deadwood Evergreen. The 2 body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell didn't expect Mu Yu to have this trick up his sleeve. The powerful and dazzling light of the flowing light also made their eyes white. They shouted angrily and immediately channeled their spiritual power to their eyes to restore their vision. In almost a moment, they regained their vision and quickly rushed to the mountain stream. However, the mountain stream was already in a mess. Many people from the Gate of Hell had fallen to the ground and were moaning. Some people were covering their eyes and wailing. Although Mu Yu's flowing light couldn't do anything to the body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell, it was much easier to deal with the out-of-body stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell. A large number of out-of-body stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell had already fallen. None of them had any vitality left. Where's Gui Hongyu? Gui glanced at the people around, but found that Gui Hongyu had disappeared. Not only that, all the trees in the mountain stream had disappeared. The monsters that were originally alive had turned into huge skeletons. The bones were scattered all over the ground. Gui's face darkened. They thought that Mu Yu was outside the mountain stream, so the 2 body integration stage cultivators all came out. They didn't expect that they would be lured away and even lose the dragon vine that they had just obtained. The funniest thing was that they didn't even see Mu Yu's shadow. Mu Yu's method was too clever. He acted secretly. As long as he lured away the 2 body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell, the rest was not worth mentioning. Chapter 565. Mu Yu used formations and poison techniques to fish in troubled waters. The people from the Gate of Hell were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Many people from the Gate of Hell were killed by Mu Yu. At this moment, Gui Han was leading the remaining people from the Gate of Hell to search for Mu Yu in the Moyun mountain range. In a valley, Mu Yu threw Gui Hongyu to the ground. The god's soul wood in his hand was already attached to Gui Hongyu's body. He controlled Gui Hongyu and made her obediently release the dragon vine. Big earthworm, can you not make us worry? We have to go and save you every time. It's so tiring. Little Handsome angrily jumped onto Dragon Vine's huge head, shaking its 2 horns as he spoke. The dragon vine lightly snorted. For the first time, it didn't refute Little Handsome's words. Normally, it would have already quarreled with Little Handsome. Mu Yu also sat on a rock and looked at Gui Hongyu standing to the side. Gui Hongyu's cultivation was not as good as his, so she still couldn't break free from Mu Yu's control. At least for a long time, Gui Hongyu would have to be obedient. Just now, he had already interrogated Gui Hongyu. Unfortunately, Gui Hongyu didn't provide more information to Mu Yu than the Shura ghost. Even Gui Hongyu didn't know what the so-called 7 ghost servants meant. She also didn't know where the Ghost Lord was. The Shura ghost was special in that he didn't have twins. This was very strange. Since he was one of the 7 ghost servants, then the other 6 also didn't have twins. Then what did this ghost servant mean? Mu Yu, are we going to kill this flat-chested female ghost? Little Handsome asked with his hands on his waist. Mu Yu shook his head and said, forget it. Let's not kill her. We can learn the method Zhu Jinglin used to control Master Lu. We just need to engrave a god's soul formation on her body. Right now, we need someone to go to the gate of hell to help us gather information. Back then, when Zhu Jinglin controlled Master Lu, he used the God Soul Talisman. However, the God Soul Talisman had a shortcoming, which was that once it exceeded a certain distance, it could not be controlled. Mu Yu's soul formation had the same weakness. In comparison, his method of controlling people was not as simple and effective as Xiong Nan's. However, as long as he erased some of Gui Hongyu's memories and let her return to the side of the people from the gate of hell, she would become a spy for Mu Yu. He had wanted to use this method to deal with Azura Gui. Unfortunately, Azura Gui's cultivation level was higher than his, so he would not be controlled so easily. However, Gui Hongyu was different. Mu Yu really wanted to know what the people from the Gate of Hell were planning. At the same time, he was also thinking about going to the so-called Ghost Island to check out the situation. Mu Yu quickly began to inscribe the runes of the Divine Soul Array and integrate them into Gui Hongyu's body. This was something that Mu Yu was already very familiar with. Okay, the Divine Soul Array has been set up. Let's go. Mu Yu arranged Gui Hongyu's memories and then left with Long Teng and Little Shuai. After a long time, Gui Hongyu woke up. She could not remember what had happened to her in the past 2 hours, but she quickly remembered Long Teng. Looking into her Qiankuan bag, she found that Long Teng was gone. Gui Hongyu's expression changed greatly. She quickly stood up, checked the direction, and ran toward the mountain stream. Mu Yu and the others returned to the place where they had been cooking. Little Shuai's braised alligator meat was a little cold. He quickly restarted the fire to heat up the dishes. On the way back, he also took the time to pick the bamboo shoots and some wild vegetables. Long Ting lay on the side, gently flapping its tail. Since it was rescued, it had not said a word. It was not even in the mood to laugh at Little Shuai. What's wrong? Big earthworm, you're still unhappy after being rescued. Little Shuai tasted a piece of braised alligator meat, smacked his lips, and then handed the alligator meat to Long Teng. Here. I'll reward you with a piece of meat. Long Ting still did not speak and did not take the meat from Little Shuai. Has your brain been corroded by the people of Hell's Gate? How did you become mute? Little Shuai saw that Long Teng did not take it, so he stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed with relish. Long Teng kept staring at Mu Yu. Its gaze was a little strange, as if it had a lot on its mind. I just learned something from the people from the Gate of Hell. It's about healing souls. Long Teng stopped talking. What is it? Do you believe the Japanese's nonsense? Little Shuai picked up another piece of meat. Mu Yu was also thinking about this matter. After a long time, he said, Little Shuai, did you already know how to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul? Little Shuai was halfway through handing over the meat in his hand. He paused for a moment, then shook his tail and said, I don't know. I don't know about souls. Little Shuai stole a glance at Long Teng, and his expression was a little strange. When Mu Yu had asked Little Shuai how to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul, it had directly said that it did not know about this matter. But Mu Yu had just learned from Azura that Long Teng could heal Deadwood Daddy's soul. He had been searching for so long to find a way to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul, but he did not know that the real medicine had been with him all this time. Mu Yu sighed. You already knew that you needed Long Teng to heal Daddy's soul, didn't you? Long Teng lowered its head, lay on the ground, and whimpered. This was what it wanted to say. Little Shuai jumped on Long Teng's head and said anxiously, but if you treat it like that, the big earthworm will die. Although little Shuai had always been pessimistic about Long Ting, and even said that Long Ting should just make medicine in Deadwood Valley, when it saw Deadwood Daddy's soul that day, it chose to remain silent. It did not tell Long Ting the method to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul because it knew that it would mean pushing Long Ting into a fire pit. When Long Ting was in the hands of the people from the Gate of Hell, it also knew that it could heal Deadwood Daddy's life, so after Mu Yu saved it, it had a knot in its heart. If I use Mu Ling to create a 10,000-year-old Long Ting, can it heal Deadwood Daddy? Mu Yu asked. He could turn Mu Ling into a 10,000-year-old Long Ting, but a Long Ting turned from Mu Ling could not become a dragon. After all, Long Ting was a different kind of existence. It was between a plant and an animal, so Mu Ling could not turn a plant into an animal. Little Shuai hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, if it was the old broken wood, it might be possible, but after broken wood absorbed the death aura of the netherworld grass, it became very impure. You saw the 2 big earthworms that you just created. They are completely black and cannot replace the big earthworms. After Mu Ling absorbed the death aura of the netherworld grass, not only was it unable to provide Mu Yu with an endless supply of life force, but even the plants it created were very strange. Mu Yu knew this very well. Long Ting looked at Mu Yu, and its expression was very bad. After it became a dragon, it had its own consciousness. Because Mu Yu had a very strong wood element, it chose to follow Mu Yu. Usually, it liked to doze off and quarrel with little Shuai. Occasionally, it would use the formation to help Mu Yu deal with the enemy. However, it never thought that it would be the key to saving Deadwood Daddy. Deadwood Daddy was very important to Mu Yu, and Long Ting knew this. In fact, Long Ting did not dislike Deadwood. Although Deadwood had always threatened to make Long Ting into medicine, he had never done it. Long Ting knew that Deadwood was just saying it casually. Otherwise, it would have died a long time ago. Long Ting was very annoyed. Now that it knew that it could save Deadwood Daddy, but at the cost of its own life, it was also very afraid that it would make things difficult for Mu Yu. When it was on Fujian Island, it had just become a dragon and was very weak. At that time, although Mu Yu helped it escape, strictly speaking, it was Deadwood Daddy who saved it. Because of this, it agreed to protect Deadwood Daddy. Today, it was Mu Yu who took the risk to save it from a bunch of people from the Gate of Hell. Long Ting struggled for a long time and slowly said, Mu Yu, if you want me to save Deadwood Daddy, I will not complain. Long Ting was a very arrogant species. Normally, it would not bother to talk nonsense with people. It would only get angry when little Shuai insulted it. However, Long Ting knew how to repay kindness. If it could really save Deadwood Daddy, it did not want to run away from anything. Mu Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. I won't kill you. No one can lose because of anyone. Do you understand? Long Ting was slightly stunned. But Deadwood Daddy is very important to you, isn't he? Long Ting whispered. You are also very important to me. Friends and family. I can't lose anyone. Plus, little Shuai will not allow you to die. After it found out that you were taken away, it almost went crazy. Mu Yu patted Long Ting's head and smiled. Bah. I'm not in a hurry. Whoever wants to take the big earthworm can go and take it. I don't care. Little Shuai said loudly. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Little Shuai often quarreled with Long Ting, but when something happened to Long Ting, he was the most anxious. At this moment, he couldn't wait to deny it. He was really a funny little guy. Long Ting patted its tail and said softly, Thank you. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Who told me to be so handsome? Little Shuai jumped back to the pot and picked up the alligator meat to eat. I'm not thanking you. Little mouse, don't flatter yourself. Long Ting snorted. F***ck, I saved an ingrate. I'm so angry. Little Shuai angrily threw the meat in his hand at Long Ting. Long Ting opened its mouth and swallowed it. My eyes are green. Stupid color. Mu Yu looked at Long Ting and Little Shuai arguing again and smiled. Although he knew that the way to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul injury was right next to him, Mu Yu still chose to give up. He did not believe that there was only one way to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul injury in this world. There must be other ways that little Shuai did not know. After all, there were many self-created techniques in the world. It was impossible for little Shuai to know all of them. Mu Yu also tasted a piece of alligator meat. Little Shuai's cooking was really good. Just as he was about to eat a few more mouthfuls, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. Brat, so you were hiding here. Let's see where you can run to after killing so many of my people. Before Gui Han arrived, his voice had already covered the area. The surrounding trees quickly withered as if they were covered in a layer of frost. F***CK, F***CK. He chased me all the way here. Mu Yu grabbed Long Ting and Little Shuai and jumped back, dodging the terrifying attack. Gui Han's ghost aura instantly flipped Little Shuai's pot over. F***CK. Unforgivable. Little Shuai looked at the alligator meat on the ground with heartache. All the hair on his body stood up. Let's go. Mu Yu did not say anything and turned around to escape. You want to escape? Let's see where you can run to. Not only Gui Han, but Gui Shan and 4 other body synthesis stage cultivators also appeared from 4 other directions. The 5 body synthesis stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell had all found this place and surrounded Mu Yu. Their tyrannical auras instantly covered the entire area. Obviously, they had come prepared. Chapter 566. A True God's Disciple. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. You've disrupted my plan at the Gate of Hell time and time again. Let's see where you can escape to this time, Gui Han said darkly. The 5 body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell were filled with ghostly chi and a powerful pressure instantly engulfed Mu Yu. Mu Yu was only at the 7th celestial stage of the spirit severing stage. Facing 5 body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell was too much of a pressure. However, the aura of the people from the Gate of Hell did not affect Mu Yu. With the help of Mu Ling's chi of death, he could easily negate the pressure of the people from the Gate of Hell. However, escaping was still a problem. What? I'm on the Supreme Celestial Leaderboard. Do the 5 of you still want to attack me? Mu Yu's mind spun rapidly as he began to think of a way to deal with them. In fact, he did not expect the word Supreme Celestial to be able to scare these 5 people from the Gate of Hell. There were clearly loopholes in the Supreme Celestial rules. As long as he used them reasonably, he could avoid them. If he wanted to escape now, he had to use the plants. The people from the 3rd palace won't know that we killed you. A vicious smile appeared on Gui Han's pale face. Since they dared to attack Mu Yu, they must have guaranteed that they would not violate the rules set by the 3rd palace. Everything around him was shrouded in ghostly fog and the temperature instantly dropped by a few dozen degrees. Runes appeared under Mu Yu's feet and he stepped forward. The Big Dipper constellation formation had already teleported him outside. However, as soon as he appeared, he found that the 5 body integration stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell still surrounded him. Do you really think that you can escape from us with your speed? Gui Han laughed. It was not that Mu Yu did not want to teleport out. It was just that the other party's speed was not slower than Mu Yu's teleportation speed. Mu Yu could not rely on the Big Dipper constellation formation to break out of their encirclement. A black, bony claw appeared in Gui Han's hand. It glowed with a cold light and was mixed with a monstrous ghost chi as it grabbed at Mu Yu. This claw seemed to be able to tear through the void as it came crashing down from all directions. It also firmly locked onto Mu Yu's aura, making it impossible for Mu Yu to escape. Countless formation runes appeared under Mu Yu's feet, and the Mu Ling sword instantly enlarged, clashing fiercely with the bone claw. It was unknown what the terrifying bone claw was made of, but when it collided with Mu Ling's sword, there was a metallic clang. He felt as if his arm had been crushed by a heavy hammer. He could ignore the eerie ghostly chi, but the attack of a body integration stage cultivator was real. Mu Ling's sword didn't show any damage, but Mu Yu was sent flying. The black and white spiritual energy in his body was constantly devouring and repairing his arm, stabilizing his injuries. Damn it, I can't care so much. Countless branches jumped out from under his feet and wrapped around Mu Yu. Mu Yu disappeared into the trees in the blink of an eye. The tree roots grew rapidly and escaped into the distance. However, the tree roots suddenly stopped, as if they had encountered some resistance. There was no way for them to continue growing. He turned in another direction and continued to escape. In the end, he found that he was firmly surrounded in all directions. It was like a barrier that blocked his way out. Most importantly, the barrier created by the people of the Gate of Hell didn't have any ghost chi. It was like a real cage, completely different from a formation. Mu Yu rushed down without hesitation. However, he only went down 10 meters before he encountered the strong resistance again. Do you really think we don't know your ability? Do you still want to use the formation runes to hide the fact that you have Mu Yumeng's ability? Guihan said coldly. Mu Yu was slightly shocked. After he mastered the formation technique, he found that it could simulate any illusion. Therefore, every time he used the wood control ability, he would use the formation runes to hide it. However, he didn't expect Guihan to already know this. Are you still hiding it? Let's see where you can escape to this time. A huge wave of destructive spiritual energy swept down. The ground was instantly destroyed. All the soil, stones, plants, and trees were shaken into powder and turned into nothingness. All that was left was a big hole in the void. Mu Yu was now in the big hole. He was like a turtle in a jar. Mu Yu finally saw what the barrier was. It wasn't a formation at all. It was a transparent barrier formed by the pure spiritual energy of 5 people in the form synthesis stage. There was no ghost chi in the spiritual energy. It didn't have the unique aura of the people of the Gate of Hell. Mu Ling's restraining effect was completely useless. When Gui Shenyu escaped from the Moyun mountain range, he suspected that you were one of the 5 people in the rumors. Unfortunately, because he failed his mission, we only thought that he was looking for an excuse. It wasn't until just now that we confirmed your ability. It turns out that you are the vile spawn of human and the human race. You can use the trees to restrain our ghost chi. Do you think we don't have a way to deal with it? Guihan looked at the trapped broken wooden sword, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. When the 5 of them went back to check, they found that something was wrong. With the explanation of Gui Shan and the others, they finally confirmed Mu Yu's secret. Mu Yu knew that he had nowhere to run. He left Mu Ling's sword and stood on Mu Ling's sword. Looking at the 5 people from the Gate of Hell in the air, his heart sank. He knew that with the protection of Mu Ling, he didn't have to worry about the people from the Gate of Hell killing him. As long as he hid in Mu Ling, with the toughness of Mu Ling, the people from the Gate of Hell wouldn't be able to destroy Mu Ling. But he couldn't do that. Once Mu Ling fell into the hands of the people from the Gate of Hell, he would be imprisoned forever. There would be no possibility of escape. It seems that I underestimated the methods of the people from the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu couldn't think of any way to escape at this moment. If the people from the Gate of Hell used a formation to trap him, he had the chaotic yin and yang in his hands. He could control all the formations in the world. If he wanted to escape from a formation, it would be more than enough. But this barrier had nothing to do with a formation. It was a spiritual barrier that completely cut off his escape route. We people from the Gate of Hell have existed for thousands of years. Do you really think that we're afraid of Mu Yumeng's ability? You're too naive. You rely on the vitality of the trees to restrain our ghost energy. But once we hide our ghost energy, with the absolute suppression of our cultivation, you won't be able to do anything. The bone claw appeared in Guihan's hand once again. The other 4 people also raised their magic treasures. The ghost sickles and hatchets in their hands no longer emitted a gloomy ghost energy. Instead, they turned into pure spiritual energy that was suffused with a gloomy cold light. The terrifying cultivation of the body fusion stage continued to engulf Mu Yu. Guihan and the others were not as young and arrogant as Gui Sholuo. They had been famous for many years and knew the consequences of underestimating the enemy. Especially Mu Yu, who was the most unpredictable person. Therefore, even if Mu Yu was a spirit-severing stage cultivator, the 5 of them did not have any carelessness. Even if there was only one body fusion stage cultivator, it would be enough for him to eat a pot, let alone 5. All of Mu Yu's formation techniques and sword skills were useless in front of 5 body fusion stage cultivators. He was now in a precarious situation. Damn it! How could this be? Mu Yu never thought that he would encounter such a situation. Usually, he would rely on Mu Ling to turn into a tree root and escape. But this time, the people from the Gate of Hell had seen through all his methods. He had no way to retreat. The powerful and terrifying magic treasures smashed towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu clenched his teeth. Facing the killing blow of a body fusion stage cultivator, he could not block it. He did not even have the qualifications to fight it head-on. If he wanted to survive, he could only reintegrate into Mu Ling. But this also meant that Mu Ling would definitely fall into the hands of the people from the Gate of Hell. He was really finished. Countless branches crisscrossed and covered the wooden feather in the middle before surging upwards. The branches and leaves that filled the sky slightly blocked the sharp magic treasures, but in the blink of an eye, all of the branches and leaves were twisted into powder by the body integration stage spiritual power. The only weakness of Mu Ling was that when it turned into other plants, it lost its indestructible hardness. Although these branches were powerful, they could not withstand the attack of a body fusion stage cultivator. Mu Yu had no other choice. He could only hide in Mu Ling. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the mountain forest. Then, an even more terrifying aura poured out, causing the 5 body fusion stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell to instantly change their expressions. The aura was like a violent storm, far beyond the imagination of Gui Han and the others. They did not understand how such a tyrannical aura could suddenly appear here. Who on earth is it? Gui Han looked left and right, trying to find the source of the aura. But the aura seemed to be everywhere. It overflowed from all directions and gradually swept over. The spiritual energy barrier formed by the 5 body fusion stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell immediately collapsed under the tyrannical aura. It was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. As for the 5 body fusion stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell, they were shocked and angry and were forced to retreat. The 5 of them could not withstand such a horrifying impact. This aura was so terrifying that it made Mu Yu's heart palpitate. He did not understand where this aura came from, but he suddenly realized that the barrier that trapped him had disappeared. He immediately reacted and rushed into the depths of the ground. Mu Ling turned into a tree root and crawled on the ground at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had distanced itself from the people from the Gate of Hell. Damn it! Where do you think you're going? Gui Han roared angrily. When he saw Mu Yu disappear into the ground, his face twisted with hatred. The other 4 people also reacted. Their hands emitted waves of tyrannical tearing force, turning the ground into powder as they chased after Mu Yu's figure. But the horrifying aura rushed over again, and the 5 body fusion stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell were once again sent flying. He actually has the ability to send 5 body fusion stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell flying? What kind of person is this? They looked at each other in horror, and then looked at the place where Mu Yu had escaped. They knew that if they continued to chase after him, they might be killed by this mysterious and powerful aura. Gui Han shouted unwillingly, "Don't chase after Mu Yu. Let's leave quickly." The 5 body fusion stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell ran away without hesitation. The aura that suddenly appeared did not chase after them, but it disappeared without a trace in an instant. It came and went quickly, and they did not know where it came from. Everything returned to normal. Only the craters on the ground proved how destructive the explosion had been. Mu Yu drilled into the ground with all his might. Then, he chose a direction and ran non-stop. He ran wildly for 4 hours. Buzz. Halfway through, Mu Yu felt that the surroundings seemed to tremble slightly. But there was nothing strange, so he did not pay much attention to it. After running for a while, he found that the people from the Gate of Hell did not chase after him. Then, he drilled out of the ground and sat on the ground, panting. At the same time, he leaned against a big tree, just in case. "What was it that saved us just now?" Xiao Shui asked in surprise. I don't know. Maybe it was a powerful 7th-rank demonic beast. Muyu looked around and found that he had inadvertently entered the periphery of a huge forest. In the distance, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges that stretched endlessly. It wasn't a demonic beast. If it was a demonic beast, I would have sensed it, Longteng said. Longteng could be considered the king of demonic beasts. He knew many demonic beasts like the back of his hand. At this moment, the forest Muyu was in was very quiet. There were no sounds of insects, birds, or beasts. There was only the sound of wind blowing through the leaves. The air was so quiet that it was somewhat strange. Hey! Why do I feel like I have seen that mountain somewhere before? Xiao Shui stood up and looked into the distance. Muyu also looked at the mountain. That mountain did seem familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.